iimbitahan naman natin ang ating PCW or ang ating Philippine Commission on Women Officer in Charge, Attorney KNC Magundayo Burlado, for her opening message. Good morning po, Didi Maggie.
Good morning. Magandang umaga po sa lahat ng naririto sa webinar na ito. I am very glad to welcome you all as we embark on a journey to the second GAD webinar series for 2024 titled From the Margins to the Mainstream, Bridging Gender Mainstreaming and Gender Analysis into Practice. The first GAD webinar aimed to change mindset and perspective on the basics of gender and development and sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, and sex characteristics. Meanwhile, our discussions today will be more technical as we combine the standard modules on gender mainstreaming and gender analysis. Both topics will help us understand gender inequality and come up with ways to address the root cause of gender discrimination to promote gender equality. Our goals for today respond to such gender differences as we aim to enhance our understanding of gender mainstreaming, to review legal mandates and policy imperatives on GAD in the Philippines, and to help develop our basic understanding of gender analysis, including its principles and elements. I trust that the GAD webinar for today would be able to bridge the knowledge shared by our resource persons towards the achievement of our gender equality goals. As a prelude to our discussion today, we must remember that gender mainstreaming is our strategy to integrate gender perspective into the policies, people, enabling mechanisms, and programs and projects of our agencies and offices. We call these elements entry points in gender mainstreaming, where we start integrating a gender response, a gender perspective to ensure that the gender issues of our stakeholders and of our own institutions will be addressed. We aspire to strategically include the GAD perspective following the said entry points to ensure that gender considerations are central to all activities and initiatives, rather than being an afterthought or a separate issue. On the other hand, gender analysis involves a comprehensive assessment of the roles, responsibilities, and power dynamics between men and women within a specific context, aiming to identify the root causes of gender inequalities in order to have informed, targeted interventions. Through gender analysis, or GA, we seek to uncover the underlying causes of gender disparities, such as unequal access to resources, decision-making power, and social norms among women and men that perpetuate discrimination, stereotyping, and marginalization. In practice, gender mainstreaming and gender analysis are complementary and should reinforce each other. Gender mainstreaming ensures that gender considerations are systematically integrated into all activities, while gender analysis provides the necessary understanding of the specific gender dynamics at play within a given context. Gender analysis is an essential element in gender mainstreaming and must be introduced in the beginning of the planned intervention, including its implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. Our esteemed resource speakers, Dr. Annabel Maglasang and Professor Raimundo Pavo, will talk more about these topics, whereas our sharer from the Commission on Filipino Overseas will concretize these concepts by sharing their experience, lessons learned, and good practices of their agency on gender mainstreaming, which made it possible for them to be one of the awardees for the PCW 2023 GAD Timpala, earning a silver award for outstanding government agency. Indeed, gender mainstreaming and gender analysis are essential for amplifying gender equality and inclusive development. By bridging the theory and praxis together, agency stakeholders, policymakers, and practitioners can develop more informed and effective interventions that would lead to the reduction of gender gaps and promote gender equality. As Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, once said, achieving gender equality requires the engagement of women and men, girls and boys. It is everyone's responsibility. To fulfill this responsibility, we, the duty bearers, should be cognizant and responsive to the needs, interests, and aspirations of Juanas and Juans from all walks of life. That is realized when our institutions go through the process of gender mainstreaming and our planned interventions incorporate gender analysis. Thank you once again for joining our PCW GAD webinar series, and we hope to see you in the succeeding GAD webinar offerings of the Philippine Commission on Women. Please stay hydrated as we approach the summer season in the Philippines and have a productive session ahead. Thank you po, and muli magandang umaga.
Maraming salamat po, Didi Maggie, for setting the tone of our GAD webinar today. Bilang panimula sa ating discussion, ay anyayahan naman natin on screen ang ating first speaker. Our speaker is a guidance services specialist of the University of the Philippines Cebu for almost 20 years now. She was assigned at UP High School from 2002 to 2012 and then to UP Cebu College from 2013 up to the present. She has held leadership positions in the University of the Philippines Cebu as the former coordinator of the Office of Anti-Sexual Harassment in 2013 to 2016. And she was also an officer in charge for Sidlak Gender Resource Center upon the retirement of Dr. Rodora Bukoy, the community extension arm of UP GAD office. In 2022 to 2023, she was appointed as the coordinator for Gender and Development Office. She is an active gender and development advocate, as well as professional human resources and guidance practitioner in the Philippines. She is also an accredited trainer by the Philippine Commission on Women, being part of our National GAD Resource Pool Batch 5. Without further ado, let us all welcome on screen Dr. Annabel G. Maglasang para sa ating discussion on Session 1, Gender Mainstreaming Concepts and Policy Imperatives. Good morning po, Dr. Annabel.
Good morning, Nicole Tricia. Good morning
po.
also to our OIC, Attorney Kay, and my friends and PCW, mga GAD specialists, Miss Narlene, Christine, Regine kanina. Thank you very much for yung TNA results. No? It helped also to know the participants. And thank you for the introduction of I'm your first speaker for today. So let me share my slide.
Yes po, visible po, pero hindi pa po siya naka-full screen, Doc
Ayan.
Annabel. Sige pa.
Okay.
Ayun, okay na po. Ngayon, okay na po.
All right. So this is the GAD Webinar 2 with the theme From the Margins to the Mainstream, Bridging Gender Mainstreaming and Gender Analysis into Practice. So the topic that I'm assigned this morning is specifically gender mainstreaming concepts and policy imperatives. The outline of my talk would be understanding gender mainstreaming concepts, entry points of gender mainstreaming, levels of gender mainstreaming, part 3. Part 4 are the policy imperatives on gender mainstreaming, and part 5 is the tool which is gonna be used for gender mainstreaming evaluation framework. The outline of this talk in the morning is first to enhance the participants' knowledge on gender mainstreaming as a strategy to achieve women's empowerment and gender equality. Second, to review relevant national and international mandates that serve as basis for implementing gender mainstreaming in the country. And third, to appreciate the use of gender mainstreaming evaluation framework or GMEF tool. Okay, So I'll start with part 1, which is understanding GAD mainstreaming concepts. And I'd like to invite also all the participants. I'm happy to see you. As mentioned by Regine, marami po from Luzon. And then we also have participants from Visayas and Mindanao. This is going to be also interactive besides the explanations that I will be doing. So the first activity, I would invite the participants to write keywords and phrases to this question. I hope, Ms. Tricia, you can help me out. What are their answers, please?
Yes po.
In your opinion, what do you mean by mainstream? So what comes into your mind with the word mainstream?
Ayan, medyo marami na pong nagta-type sa ating chat box, Dr. Annabelle. So, basically, ang mga nare-receive po natin, general consensus, ay not marginalized daw po. This should be inclusion. Those are some of the keywords that medyo repeated po na nare-receive natin. Normalization or being normal, in the norm po, kumbaga. So, yun, integration, normal, and inclusivity or inclusion. Those are the main words that we are basically receiving from our plenary, from our participants.
Okay, thank you very much, Trish. The answer is actually, if it's a noun, from our dictionary, current direction or activity or influence. But for a verb, tama yung sinabi ng mga participants natin, it should be joining the main force or the current direction. Okay? So, when we say mainstream, lahat ng mga mechanisms, decisions, most especially when we think about our gender and development plan and budget, should be at the main focus. It should be included in strategic planning. It should not be placed in the periphery. Okay? So yun ang ibig sabihin ng mainstream. If we see in the figure, yung violet arrow, di ba, parang river. Kanina yung, I like the PubMat that you had, summer. Kung hindi tayo sa beach, that's a river, okay? So lahat ng mga you discuss about the needs of women and men in your organization, whatever mechanisms and decisions should be participatory and should be included as one of an important, no? Hindi lang, later na lang natin pag-iisipan yung tungkol sa gender and development, something like that. So it should be in the part of the main discussion when we talk about GAD. Okay, second question. What is gender mainstreaming? So please again, write in the chat box your answer.
All right, participants, ano daw po ang gender mainstreaming? So we have been receiving answers from our participants. Basically, the general consensus is that to normalize including gender or gender issues daw po within our concerns or activities sa ating organization. May inclusive approach daw po tayo, integration of gender in our issues and basically our programs, activities, and projects within the organization. So those are the general consensus, but may mga nakikita rin po tayo na other than the integration, yung participation daw po ng ating offices or organization with putting forward or putting in the forefront our gender issues or concerns. So that's our general consensus, Dr. Bell.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Tricia. Tama po yung mga sagot ninyo. And as you mentioned, no, when we talk about gender mainstreaming, it is really a set of process and strategy to recognize gender issues and look from a gender perspective. So yung mga sinabi ninyo when we talk about what is the status and the experiences of your human resources in your own organization, and of course, trying to look into the experiences, which becomes an integral dimension in the design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of policies and programs. So yung mga violet at saka naka-underline are the keywords when we discuss gender mainstreaming. So again, gender mainstreaming is a strategy or approach which makes men's and women's concerns and experience an integral dimension for the design, implementation, monitoring, evaluation of policies and programs in political, economic, societal spheres, so that men and women benefit equally and inequality is not perpetrated. So for example, sa political, we all know that during elections, there are only a few women who would go or run for a position, higher position like mayor or barangay captain. Oftentimes is the male. Politics is male dominated, right? So women, very few men are elected by the general public as leaders, like mayor, barangay captain, president of a certain organization. So they dominate the political area. But we need also the leadership of women, kasi it's only a woman who would be able also to push for their needs and policies that can be benefit, of course, women. So dapat yung sana, 'di ba, yung leadership position could be equal between men and women, hindi dominated by men. Okay. So let me show you a short video to explain what is also gender mainstreaming. Let's watch this quick video.
The Gender Mainstreaming Evaluation Framework. Chapter 1. Gender Mainstreaming as a Strategy to Achieve Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality. With the milestone passage of Republic Act 9710, or the Magna Carta of Women, gender mainstreaming as a strategy became an integral part of the design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of policies and programs of government agencies as well as local government units. But what is gender mainstreaming? Imagine yourself in the middle of a stream. The view is perfect and convenient if you are at the center, giving you a complete view of your whole environment. Same with the concept of gender mainstreaming. Gender issues and concerns of both women and men must be put at the center instead of remaining in the sidelines to fully address them. That means we must bring our efforts to achieve gender equality into the mainstream decision-making criteria and processes and pursue them from the center rather than the margins. To put it simply, gender mainstreaming is a strategy to make women's as well as men's concerns and experiences an integral dimension of policies and programs in all social, political, civil, and economic spheres. Remember, gender mainstreaming is not just about adding a women's component into an existing activity. It goes beyond increasing women's participation. It means bringing the experience, knowledge, and interests of women and men on the development agenda. It may require changes in goals, strategies, and actions so that both women and men can influence, participate in, and benefit from development processes. The ultimate goal of gender mainstreaming is to achieve women's empowerment and gender equality.
All right, so in the video, we know then that gender mainstreaming is also the allocation of adequate logistics for the conduct of gender-responsive activities in the regular programs of your organization. So as mentioned kanina, inclusion of a gender perspective. You bring about your own experiences, whatever you have resources in your, and you have to look into both men and women. So it's participatory, very important to be included yung mga perspective of everyone in the design and implementation of plans and programs to carry out your organizational mandate. So you go back basically to what is your mandate, okay? Now, gender mainstreaming is not, as mentioned again in the video, just adding women's component or even gender equality component into an existing activity. It is also not just increasing women's participation. So for example, if you plan to have a building and you will say, okay, there's a meeting and let's say out of the 10 committee, 7 women and 3 men only. It should be, when we say gender mainstreaming, bringing about the experience, the knowledge, and interests of women and men to bear on the development agenda. Second, to modify the development's agenda so that the result will benefit men and women equally. And third, to transform social and institutional unequal structures. So let me say as an example, I am from a university, a state university. And in terms of population, there are more female students than male. And then in terms of, we know for a fact that studies show that girls or women finish primary, secondary, and even tertiary education than boys. Because some of our boys or the male students would be expected to, right, for example, first year, second year college, their parents would want to help them so they can stop studying and go to work to help augment the financial status of the family. So on the other hand, women are on a disadvantage when it comes to access to participation in formal employment because many factors such as also balancing between reproductive duties of women versus our work. So, diba? Like me, I have to balance between being a career woman, a wife, and of course, a mother. So, ganun po. But nevertheless, it's very important that we encourage girls to and boys to finish their education and even women to pursue STEM courses, sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which is oftentimes male-dominated. Okay. Now, let me go into why is gender mainstreaming important. So okay, so for a while. Now, the main goal of gender mainstreaming is GW. Can you type what GW stands for? In the chat box, of course, we know that. Yes, go Miss Trish. Sino yung unang nakasagot?
Gender equality and women's empowerment. That's
Oh,
GW daw po. Medyo sunod-sunod po yung ating mga participants.
very good. But actually, it's also in the last part of this slide. Okay, so again, gender mainstreaming is a set of processes or strategies aimed to recognize and address gender issues and integrate gender perspective in institutional policies, programs and projects, and institutional mechanisms of the government on a sustained basis. So again, the goal is gender equality and women empowerment. So the importance for gender mainstreaming is because it ensures the recognition of gender issues. We cannot deny that there are issues in each organization. So I'm sure since most of the participants are also part of the GAD focal point system, so the issues can include stereotyping, marginalization, subordination, and even violence against women, no? Or probably in terms of your organization, the lack of knowledge about certain legal mandates. Okay, so gender mainstreaming helps us to know, to ensure that gender equality is considered in the mainstream. What do we mean by gender equality? It is actually giving equal access and opportunities to everyone so that they are part of the planning, monitoring, and even the implementation and evaluation of your programs. Ang challenge dito po ay yung sustained basis, sustainability. Now, Another reason why we need to gender mainstream, so that we recognize that there is really an imbalance between the status of women and men, and challenge gender roles in order to treat women as passive recipients and beneficiaries of development assistance. And last, stresses the need for women to organize themselves and participate in development process. So we are partners in development. Hindi lang yung mga kalalakihan, not only the men should lead, but women should be partners in leading as well as in the development process. We all know that even God has a principle that development is for everyone. No one is left behind. So another activity, may I request the participants and Ms. Tricia to also look into the chat box. What is an essential element for gender mainstreaming?
Alright, waiting pa po tayo sa ating mga participants. Nako, may nakakuha agad yata ng tamang sagot. So,
Wow.
ang mga nakita ko po, may mga nagsagot ng GWE, gender sensitivity, pero marami pong sumasagot ng gender analysis, Dr. Bell. So, yun po ang ating daw pong essential element ng gender mainstreaming.
Correct. Thank you very much, Tricia. The correct answer is gender analysis, because gender analysis is an essential element and also the start for gender mainstreaming. And you will get to know what gender analysis is later in the afternoon. Kasi yung co-batch ko po sa batch 5 ng National GAD Resource Pool will also be your resource speaker this afternoon. Okay. So gender mainstreaming involves the rethinking of the development goals, processes to reflect the ideas and priorities of both women and men, and to reduce gender disparities, no? So we know na may mga inequality na nagaganap, and most especially, another example is universities have threefold mandate: instruction, research, and community service. So in the instruction part, titignan namin yung syllabus, yung mga instructional materials namin na walang gender disparity, na we have to be updated on looking at the family is not just composed of the mother, the father, yung mga stereotypes should be reviewed na tanggalin po yon. So dapat inclusive society na po, dapat tinitignan din ng mga current situations and experiences na nagaganap ngayon. So again, an important element is we analyze and challenge the status quo. Now, when we say gender analysis, which is a starting point of gender mainstreaming, we analyze the current situation, the position of women and men in a given context. So magkaiba po, different organization and different mandates, as I said. We have to know ano yung context. I think even the geographical, kung saan tayo, Luzon, Visayas, or Mindanao, may specific needs din tayo. But of course, we know kahit we are unique and different, we still have commonalities. And we also have to know the potential impact of planned intervention or activities on the situations of women and men, and the potential impact of the situation. So I'll give an example. I think this was in Luzon, that in terms of PCW has Great Women Project in the province of Quezon, which is funded by Canada. So the aim of the project was to create local enabling environment for women's economic empowerment. Alam naman natin na most women are nasa bahay, reproductive role, but it is also important that we give them opportunity to be economically independent. So yung Great Women Project capacitated with the help of the local government officials and women medium entrepreneur. Yung mga kailangan po natin ng capital, di ba? I remember like my mother, when my father was working in a bank, my mother had a sari-sari store. So kailangan siya ng capital. So these projects help the situation of women to be more economically independent And it ensured that GAD is included in LGU plan and have established in the provincial GAD office. Okay, so in fact, yung LGU ng province of Quezon even issued a gender responsive code. So yun. Okay, when we talk about the Philippine gender mainstreaming strategy, it is influencing the development planning cycle, which entails a more holistic approach to governance, in which the interests and needs of the beneficiaries are taken into account, and transforming institutions to become gender-responsive organizations by identifying concrete actions, so practical programs, actions, because plans should be put into actions to promote, again, the goal of gender equality and women empowerment. So let's have another activity where our participants na nasa chat box po, Tricia, can you help me out? What are the processes involved in gender mainstreaming? Ano po yung examples?
Nagtatay pa po yata ang ating mga participants.
Yeah,
So, examples daw po ng processes involved in gender mainstreaming. Ang isa ko pong nakita ay identification of gender issues.
correct.
Meron din pong planning. Kasama pa rin
Yes.
syempre ang gender analysis daw po, GAD
Yeah.
planning and budgeting, profiling, and inclusion of gender issues. So those are some of our examples daw po of the processes involved sa gender mainstreaming.
Yes, correct. Thank you very much for our active participants no, na nagtatype sa chat box. Now, when we talk about mainstreaming, ito po yung stages of development planning, which includes, of course, planning, programming, budgeting, tama yung sinabi kanina ng participant, no? And of course, the implementation and monitoring and evaluation. And alam natin, most of the participants are GAD focal system, that there are 4 entry points to GAD mainstreaming, namely, first, policies, second, people, third, yung mga programs and projects natin, and fourth, ano yung mga enabling mechanisms. Okay, so if we look into the development planning cycle, of course, we need to have a planning, strategic planning, even your GAD committee, GAD focal point system, at saka even the technical working group should be involved. Dito naman pumapasok, of course, lahat ng mga plans and programs may budget allocation or line item budget. And how do we implement? Sino yung person involved? And later on, we need also to know paano imo-monitor. And of course, for each program, we also need to evaluate to know ano yung mga strengths and weaknesses and whether such program or project should be still implemented. So actually, it's a cycle. It goes back. No? Now, part 2, ano pa yung mga entry points? Di ba, nag-mention tayo na 4. So we will talk about it one at a time. Okay, so people, we have, of course, there are sponsored. They are the top management. They have the power to legitimate change. And then we have change agent, yung GAD focal point system members who can make changes. And then we also have the technical working group. We also even include our clients, our field workers, people in the bureaucracy. We also know that we have internal clients, yung nasa loob ng organization, and we also have external clients, kung sino yung ating mga beneficiaries or stakeholder of what we do. And then, of course, GAD advocates. We want to achieve change but lacks the power to sanction it. Next are policies. These are official statements in support for gender mainstreaming. So, meron bang mga executive orders, memoranda, or specific guidelines that your organization nag-i-issue? For example, sa GED, they have the circular or memorandum that really talks about how to mainstream GAD in the university. So much so in other LGUs and government agencies, may mga executive orders, like even identifying sino yung GAD focal point system, ano yung mga roles and responsibilities. Then we go into programs and projects. Ano po yung flagship program nyo? And you have to know, of course, we all know our vision, mission, and ano yung mandates. So talagang we review and then we try to plan out paano mas maging gender responsive yung ating agency. And of course, we have to think of enabling mechanisms. These are the systems and mechanisms installed, one of which includes the funds allocated for GAD activities. So when we combine both the development planning cycle, in planning, we need people. Programming and budgeting, we have to look into our mandates and flagship programs and projects. And of course, ano yung mga enabling mechanisms, the policies. The policies will help us monitor and evaluate whether nag-follow ba tayo, are we compliant with the Magna Carta of Women, for example, and are we implementing? And of course, we all know that the Commission on Audit will even look into our GAD plans and budgets just to check whether our implementations are in order of yung mga funds, because it's, of course, public funds, and tama ba yung mga the projects and activities and the expenses that we are doing. Okay, so for this activity, again, may I ask the participants to answer. Can anyone in the agency or organization be involved in gender mainstreaming? Yes or no? Please
All
write your
right.
answer.
Dr. Bell, ang bibilis ng ating mga participants, very proactive, and the general consensus is yes daw po. Anyone can be involved in their gender mainstreaming in their offices. I think wala po tayong no na natanggap, puro yes po ang sagot.
Very good. Tama nga yung kanina ng training needs, no, na marami na alam nila na tayong lahat dapat ma-involve in gender mainstreaming and even using the tool, but there are also the leading roles and of course, yung ibang technical working group, you have to capacitate your GAD focal point system. Tulong-tulong, no? We have to be, of course, we know that more heads are better than one, right? Okay. So when we talk about people, as I mentioned, yung mga GAD focal point system, GAD champions, GAD advocates. So again, for the GAD focal point system, the sponsor, sino yung has the power to legitimize change? Of course, the head of your GAD focal point system, head of your agency, yung executive committee or management pool. And of course, yung change agent, GAD focal persons, or yung GAD coordinator, or yung director assigned. Parang siya yung nagli-lead. And the target people are in the bureaucracy, your field workers, and of course, internal and external client. And of course, the GAD advocates includes your technical working group, your accounting officer, your human resources department officer, budget, finance, planning, research extension. Okay, so this is actually from the memorandum circular from the PCW and as stated also by the Magna Carta of Women. Second entry point, policy, official statements of an agency, issuance of executive orders, initial policies, or yung having a GAD agenda, memorandum or circulars for gender mainstreaming, like appointment of sino yung mga GAD focal point system, and specific guidelines. For example, do you have a GAD code, gender guideline, anti-sexual harassment code, and other guidelines to ensure that there's gender equality and women empowerment or safe environment in your organization? And ina-update po ba ninyo yung mga GAD policies? And third entry point is a PAP, or the programs and projects. Ano yung mga initial activities to facilitate gender mainstreaming in your flagship program? So as I mentioned before, review your agency's vision and mission, check your specific mandate, where you can integrate with a gender lens and perspective, identify yung sustainable project and activities that benefits men, women, including, as I mentioned, inclusive society. So if you have LGBTQIA. So important pala is the sex disaggregated data. Ilan ba ang babae sa organization ninyo? Ilang lalaki? And do you have lesbian, gays, bisexual, and transgender people? So yung mga ganon. And with that, it can help you have plan out your programs and projects to fit kung sino yung target beneficiary ninyo. And of course, establish GAD commitments and institutionalization of your programs, activities, and projects. Okay, the fourth is enabling mechanism. So again, you review your systems. In your agency or organization, are you using at least, so you can go beyond, no? But the minimum is 5% of your GAA funds allocated for GAD budget, for GAD activities? Is your GAD focal point system functional? So meron din tayong tool to check on the functionality of the GFPS. And are you using your GAD database or the sex disaggregated data? And have you established monitoring and evaluation of your programs, projects, and activities? Okay, so levels of gender mainstreaming na tayo, part 3. So please look at this short video to know what are the levels of gender mainstreaming.
The Gender Mainstreaming Evaluation Framework. Chapter 3: Levels of Gender Mainstreaming. How can the agency determine if they're faring well in gender mainstreaming? The enhanced GMF identified 5 levels of gender mainstreaming. Foundation formation, installation of strategic mechanisms, GAD application, commitment enhancement and institutionalization, and replication and innovation. Level 1: Foundation formation. The organization's level of gender awareness is first heightened by raising people's awareness through capacity development sessions on GAD and generating support for gender mainstreaming. In this level, it is important to establish these 4 GAD essential elements: creation and strengthening of the GAD focal point system, building the organization's capabilities on understanding GAD, conducting leveling sessions or orientation sessions on the application of gender analysis tools, collection of the sex disaggregated data and gender-related information relevant to its mandate and clients. Level 2: Installation of strategic mechanisms. This level marks the transition of the organization toward gender mainstreaming by creating enabling conditions supportive of GAD, such as putting in key people, issuance and updating of policies, support structures, systems and mechanisms to facilitate and sustain gender mainstreaming, as well as evidence of initial application of GAD concepts and tools. The GAD mechanisms may include the following: Level 3: GAD application. In this level, GAD-related activities are already institutionalized. Interventions are usually based on a strategic GAD agenda that guides the organization's GAD planning and budgeting implementation. The agency's GAD plan and budget is now more strategic, which results in either increased attribution of the GAD budget and/or more gender-responsive programs. In this level, agency GAD efforts are able to produce intended or desired impact on women empowerment, wherein gender equality is integrated and consolidated, and sustain GAD intervention, perspective, or core messages in the mainstream projects or programs. Level 4: Commitment enhancement and institutionalization. At this level, the organization has already institutionalized gender mainstreaming in all aspects of its operations, programs, and projects. This level also challenges organizations to continuously monitor, evaluate, and improve their efforts. And lastly, Level 5, Replication and Innovation. The enhanced GMF included this level to recognize notable GAD accomplishments of organizations. This level indicates that GAD has been fully mainstreamed into the mandate of the organization and is being recognized and replicated by others as a standard in gender mainstreaming. The enhanced GMF expanded the descriptor matrix by providing a visual progression of the gender mainstreaming efforts of an organization from Level 1 to Level 5. The descriptor matrix consists of 93 descriptors distributed into 4 GMF entry points.
Okay, so eto po yung levels of gender mainstreaming. And in fact, the tool to determine where are we, yung agency nyo in terms of mainstreaming, is the GMF's tool that the PCW established in 1996. But it was also enhanced by 2014, no? So may enhanced updated GMF. So as mentioned in the video, there are 5 levels of gender mainstreaming. Level 1, foundation formation. Level 2, installation of the strategic mechanism. Level 3, GAD application. Level 4, commitment enhancement and institutionalization. And of course, the highest level that your organization or agency naka-mainstream na po lahat is level 5, replication and innovation. So let me review isa-isa. Although sa video kasi kanina, it was very well explained. So level 1, as a foundation formation, we need to raise people's awareness on gender. Paano? So you have to conduct GAD orientation. What is gender? The basic GAD concepts. What is gender sensitivity? And of course, you will also need capacity building in order to generate support for gender mainstreaming. Okay? So as I mentioned, you need also second level to identify and install strategic mechanisms. So again, the executive, halimbawa, the head of your agency has to appoint key people, plus look at necessary policies and support structures, systems, and mechanisms to facilitate gender mainstreaming. So, irregular application of GAD concepts and tools. Kasi minsan, if hindi tayo na trained or hindi rin natin natutunan, you know, if you look into the PCW website, they have very rich materials. Lahat ng video ko po, kinuha ko doon. And then lahat ng mga updating, kasi for the National GAD pool, we also go to Manila to be trained again. So I encourage all GAD Focal Point System members, open your mind to be teachable and read po. Read ano yung mga possible strategic mechanisms para maging sustainable po ang gender mainstreaming. So that is level 2. And of course, level 3 is GAD application, wherein GAD concepts are now integrated and consolidated gender efforts to produce the intended or desired impact on women and men. So halimbawa, if you find that in your organization, mas maraming magsi-senior na, so probably you would think about a project or a training, a forum to help senior members of your organization. If you notice that in your organization, may mga mothers who are bringing their children in the office. So definitely a child-minding center would be helpful, di ba? Rather than yung mga bata dinadala sa office. and pinaglalaro na lang ng computer, then it's also important that the top management will think about possible child minding center to help the workers, that they will feel safe that their children are there in the child minding center, and you can also work in your own workplace. And sabi nga sa level 3 of gender mainstreaming, integrated na yung GAD in the mandates of the agency, which means that even in your vision mission, dapat nandun ang gender equality, women empowerment. Okay? Level 4 is commitment enhancement and institutionalization. So yung mga institutional, actually, ang UP has been, Cebu GAD office is 35 years already. And tomorrow, we will be honoring sino yung mga institutional, no, ng mga GAD advocates, GAD champions po. And kami naman yung mga technical working or GAD coordinators, we also want to show the next in line. So yung mga mentee, we're the mentors, and ma-inspire yung young people, students, and even some of our employees and mga top management. Kasi pabago-bago kasi, di ba? Nothing is permanent. Even people change. Even we are not permanent in our position, like a GAD coordinator. But it's important that you properly institutionalize. Halimbawa, you have your gender manual, so that kung sino yung uupo, anyone who goes in the office will already know what are your GAD agenda, ano yung mga operations of your agency, and of course, implement continuous monitoring, evaluation, and improvement of your gender mainstreaming efforts. So once you analyze kung ano yung gender issue, then you would think about a specific action plan, ano yung project program to address the need. Sino yung internal client ba yan or external client ba yan? Di ba we all know sa GAD plan we have an organizational agenda and also a client-focused agenda. So ganon. And very important is commitment enhancement. So you have to recruit more GAD advocates and train them, no? Teach them how to and to use this gender analysis tools, most especially GMF, and later on, I think Hagadaga and other tools that will be mentioned later on. Okay? And of course, level 5 now is the replication and innovation. So pwede din natin, we can look at institutions. When you check the PCW, we would know ano yung mga GAD team pala, which of course the PCW has recognized and honored these institutions that their GAD programs are replicated in other organizations. We can benchmark and learn from the good efforts and the gender mainstreaming activities that they have done. Para naman, we can also apply some of them, parang benchmark, no? To further enhance the results of GAD monitoring and evaluation. Okay. Clear po ba, Ms. Tricia? Do you have any questions? So far, may mga katanungan ba doon? Maybe we can take a 5-minute health break.
Yes po.
Before we go
Mag-health
to
break
the,
po muna tayo.
last 2 parts naman, policy imperatives. There are laws which help us. Bakit ginagawa natin yung GAD mainstreaming? Okay?
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Bell. We're gonna have a 5-minute health break. Isarado na po siguro natin ng 10:30, and then we'll be back at 10:35. So please be back po at 10:35. Mag-health break lang po tayo. Salamat po. Magandang umaga po muli. Sa lahat ng ating mga participants, tayo po ay nakatutok pa rin sa ating GAD Webinar 2, From the Margins to the Mainstream, Bridging Gender Mainstreaming and Gender Analysis into Practice. Pero bago po tayo patuloy or magpatuloy sa ating discussion, pwede po bang mag-type ang ating mga participants ng heart emoji or heart emoticon sa ating chat box to know if nakabalik na po ba talaga ang ating mga participants from our 5-minute health break? Ayan, alright. So, keep it coming lang po sa ating mga hearts. So far, we're flooding hearts in our chat box. Kaya naman, anyayahan na muli natin on screen si Dr. Annabel G. Maglasang para sa pagpapatuloy ng kanyang discussion on Session 1, Gender Mainstreaming Concepts and Policy Imperatives.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tricia. Okay, so let me go back to my slide. Okay, is it still visible? We are now on the policy imperatives on GAD mainstreaming. Okay, so let's start with the international policy imperatives. First is the United Nations CEDAW, or the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW. This is adopted by the General Assembly on December 18, 1979, which took legal effect in 1981. Once it has been ratified by 20 member states rather, so nation states or countries. It promotes equality in all fields, affirmative action for women, and the protection of women from violence. So it is actually called, the CEDAW is an International Bill of Rights of Women, and the only human rights treaty which affirms that reproductive rights of women and targets culture and tradition as influential forces shaping gender roles and family relations. CEDAW was established on the three overarching principles. First, equality in opportunity. Second, equality in access. And third, equality and results. And it affirms that women's rights, of course, are human rights to acquire, change, or retain their nationality and the nationality of their children. Second is a Beijing Platform for Action, or in short, BPFA. Now, gender mainstreaming was explicitly endorsed in this international policy to ensure it is a strategy to ensure that a gender perspective is reflected in all policies and programs at the national, regional, and international levels, so that before decisions are taken, again, very important element, gender analysis is made on the effects of to women and men respectively. So the Beijing Platform was signed by, again, different countries in 1995 and adapted two aspects. It requires the integration of equality concerns into the analysis and formulation of policies, programs, and projects to ensure positive impact on women and reduce gender disparities. And second, it includes the interests, needs, experiences, and visions of women in the definition of development approaches, policies, and programs, and in determining the overall development agenda. So there are 12 critical areas which the Beijing Platform for Action looks into: women and poverty, women and education and training, women and health, violence against women, women and armed conflict, women and the economy, women in power and decision-making, the institutional mechanisms, the human rights of women, women and media, women and the environment, and the girl child. Okay. The third international policy is the SDG, or the Sustainable Development Goal. And we have to particularly take note of SDG number 5, which refers to gender equality. So how do we attain gender equality? These are the indicators that all forms of discrimination against all women and girls everywhere, like in the Philippines, do we have our legal frameworks are in place to promote and enforce, eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private spheres, including trafficking and sexual and other types of exploitation. So do we have, let me check, do we have, are you familiar with the laws? Diba, when we talk about violence of women and girls in public and private, we have the SSA, the Bawal Bastos, the Safe Spaces Act, and of course, we have also the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act. And we also have the Anti-Sexual Harassment. Another indicator is a proportion of ever partnered women and girls aged 15 years and older, and the proportion of women and girls aged 15 years and older, older, subjected to violence against women. Okay. Next, eliminate all harmful practices such as child, early and forced marriage, and female genital mutilation. So in the past, there were certain culture and even probably what I know is before the Chinese culture, we'd have arranged marriages, no? As early as siguro 12, 10 years old, they would already have that marriage because they want another Chinese family. Okay. In other countries, this Arabian countries, they have the female genital mutilation wherein the clitoris of a vagina is being cut so that the girls will not experience any form of satisfaction, something like that. Now, the indicator is proportion of women aged 20 to 24 who are married or in a union before age 15 and before age 18. We know that 18 is our legal age, and it would be such a siguro probably challenge, no? If our girls would marry early because physically baka hindi pa ready yung reproductive system niya, most especially if it's still, di ba, age 15, teenager pa. Okay, so we have to ensure the women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities as well for leadership at all levels of decision-making in the political, economic, and public life. So, yung example ko, when we have the elections, sana mas maraming women who would participate and run as a president, as a senator, as a legislator, sa Senate, or probably in Congress. And we have also more leaders in your own respective organizations. I was able to talk to women in maritime, and I was very happy that the head of their agency was a woman, not just a man. Something like that.
Namatay ako. Oh,
Next.
i-close ang
Yes. Thank you for closing your mic. And of course, the proportion of seats held by women in the national parliament and local governments. So, kanina, you eliminate all harmful practices. The next indicator is ensures women's full and effective participation in leadership positions. Okay, in your agency, are women in the managerial or executive positions? Are nasa usual stereotypical positions lang po ba? And the percentage of firms owned by women through business permits and license system. So we encourage, of course, women entrepreneurs now. Next is ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights as agreed in accordance with the Program of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development, POPDEV, and of course, in relation to the Beijing Platform of Action. And the outcome of these documents are reviewed. I think last week we were blessed na may Visayas consultation regarding the Beijing Platform of Action. Saan na ba tayo in terms of sexual and reproductive health rights? Okay? So the number of countries with laws and regulations that guarantee full and equal access to women and men aged 15 years and older to sexual and reproductive health care. The right informed choices, information, and of course, do we have DepEd and even the CHED sexuality education, which not just includes the biological, but the values formation of our young people, the future of our country. And of course, we already have the Responsible Parenthood and Reproductive Act. To what extent has this been implemented in our country? Now we go to our country, the national policy. To start, our 1987 Constitution, Section 14, Article 2, the Declaration of Principles and State Policies say that the state recognizes the role of women in nation building and shall ensure the fundamental equality before the law of women and men. And of course, last 1992, RA 7192 are the Women in Development and Nation Building Act, which promotes the integration of women as full and equal partners of men in development and nation building. So probably I'd like to stress in terms of reproductive roles, equal partners ang babae at lalaki. So if the women do breastfeeding, the men can do bottle feeding. In terms of taking care of their children, it should be shared responsibility as well. There is a section in the Women in Development focal points and mainstreaming gender in organizational funded projects and activities. So dalawa na po, we have the Constitution and the RA 7192. And of course, yung gender mainstreaming is clearly stated in Republic Act 9710 or the Magna Carta of Women. This is actually the Philippines Bill of Women's Human Rights. Remember, the international bill is UN CEDAW, while the national or the Philippine Bill of Women's Human Rights is the Magna Carta of Women. And specifically, there are three salient parts. First, rights of women, overall rights. Second, the rights of marginalized women, yung mga nasa laylayan ng lipunan. And the third, the institutional mechanisms. In the Magna Carta of Women, state agents are duty bearers. And we have to recognize, promote, protect, respect, fulfill the rights of women, especially in the marginalized sectors. Now, in Chapter 6, Institutional Mechanism, Section 36, gender mainstreaming is stated there as a strategy to implement this law. So this is the basis why we have to do gender mainstreaming. And the implementing rules and regulations, Section 37, it states that all government agencies, offices, bureaus, instrumentalities, state universities, colleges, government offices, and local government units shall pursue the adoption of gender mainstreaming as a strategy to promote and fulfill women's human rights and eliminate gender discrimination in their systems, structures, policies, programs, and processes. So it's very self-explanatory, no? That we do gender mainstreaming. So we have to eliminate discrimination and review po yung mga systems niyo, probably of hiring, ano po yung structure niyo, is it still very hierarchical and napaka-patriarchal, or you already allow in the management committee or executive committee the power also given to women? Equal po ba yung men and women to legitimize change and have a power. So sa mga policies po and programs and processes. Next law is, of course, the GAA, or the General Appropriations Act. It mandates the national agencies as well as LGU, or local government units, to prepare the annual GAD plan and budget, or GPB. It directs the formulation of a GAD plan in which costs of which shall not be less than 5% of their annual budget. Now we go to the fifth national policy, which is the PPGD, which stands for the Philippine Plan for Gender Responsive Development, lays out the development goals and strategies that will make gender equity innate in public programs and policy. When we talk about gender equity, it means giving more to those who have less. Now, this is a 30-year plan. Malapit na po matapos. It started in 1995 and it's gonna be until 2025 because it's a 30-year perspective plan that ensures that women-friendly policies can take root and flourish despite the barriers posed by the traditional attitudes and stereotyping. Okay. Another national policy is GWE, or the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Plan. Started in 2019 and about to be finished by 2025. It is a compendium of indicators for monitoring and evaluation of GWE in the Philippines. And it presents a menu of gender equality and women empowerment indicators. So these laws, if you go through these documents, it will help you have an idea paano po maging activities, specific strategies to implement gender equality and women empowerment in various sectoral and thematic areas of concerns in the Philippines. So this is really a key reference when you want to formulate your GAD agenda. And this GWE plan also complements the Philippine Plan for Gender Development, or PPGD. Now, the PDP, Philippine Development Plan, which was in 2017 to 2022. Actually, each president po has their own ganito po, yung mga plans. So the PDP is a first medium-term plan to be anchored on the 0 to 10 point socio-economic agenda. And the goal is, ambisyon natin, by 2040, matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na buhay. So I think this is the, it has ended, so it has to be reviewed again. Have we accomplished, no? And if you notice, to lay down the foundation for inclusive growth, a high trust and resilient society, and globally competitive knowledge economy. So again, it articulates the Filipino people's collective vision of matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na buhay para sa lahat. And it takes into account the country's international commitments, such as the 2030 SDG goals, 17 goals, and SDG number 5 is gender equality. Finally, yung mga Joint Circular Memorandum 2012-01, Joint Memorandum Circular 2012-01 is for non-government agencies, state universities and colleges, GOCCs, government offices, and other government instrumentalities. For LGU, you will use the GMC 2013-01, and it was amended actually 2016-01, yung for LGU na Joint Memorandum Circular. So the PCW is mandated to review the GAD plans and budgets submitted by the different line departments or agency. So specifically, these joint circulars between the PCW, NEDA, and DBM. So yung una po for the non-government agencies, SUCs, state universities, government-owned and controlled corporations, how to prepare your annual GAD plan and budget, and to make your GAD accomplishment report by implementing the provisions stated in the Magna Carta of Women. So this joint circular is very helpful po. So I encourage you to read it po. Now, last 2022-01, they issued a revised guideline for doing the GAD plan and budget and the accomplishment report. Now, for LGUs, ito po yung Joint Circular 2013-01, which is the localization of the Magna Carta of Women for local government units. And it has also been amended by 2016-01. Okay? So, yun ang maganda, no? Na may mga laws, but in a span of years, we have to review, revise, and to make it more responsive to the needs of the present times. Now, this is my last part, 5. We now go to the very important gender mainstreaming evaluation framework tool, so that agencies would know how it is a holistic view of your gender mainstreaming process in your agency. It is a tool to track and assess your programs. Paano po yung mga areas of improvements? Ano po yung areas of successes or your strong points as an agency? So let's look at this short video again to know more about the GMF tool.
The Gender Mainstreaming Evaluation Framework.
Chapter 2, Overview of the GMF Tool. In order to determine the progress of agencies in gender mainstreaming, the PCW developed the Gender Mainstreaming Evaluation Framework, or GMF tool, in 1996. In 2014, the PCW embarked on the process of updating the GMF tool. The enhancement process served as an opportunity to apply the valuable experiences of PCW and its partners in gender mainstreaming. It also took into account the relevant provisions of the Magna Carta of Women and noteworthy GAD efforts that are now being recognized as standard gender mainstreaming practices. The enhanced GMF now contains updated descriptors and scoring system. It features 5 levels of gender mainstreaming instead of 4, and generates results that will assist organizations in locating and responding to gender gaps and needs of clients and the organization. As a self-assessment tool, the ultimate goal of the regular application of the GMF tool is to make gender perspective an integral part of the mainstreaming processes and systems of government. This is to ensure that the impacts of government programs are enjoyed by both WANAs and WANs equally.
Okay. Sorry. So the benefits for the GMF tool provides a holistic view of gender mainstreaming process, is a tool to track and assess your mainstreaming. As I mentioned before, areas of success and areas of improvement. And this is 2-part. Self-assessment questionnaire, and there is also a scoring guide. Okay, so this is actually the handbook, no? I also have my handbook here. All right, and so the strong points and points for improvement towards facilitating the formulation of your annual gender and development plans and budgets, and even GAD agenda. And it identifies capacity development needs on GAD useful when requesting technical assistance from PCW or other GAD experts. So if you go through this tool, you would be able, remember the 4 entry points: policies, people, enabling mechanisms, projects, and activities, programs, PAPs, no? So, meron din siyang 4 na questionnaire. And as mentioned kanina sa video, di ba, may 93 descriptions or questions across each entry point. So, for example, on policy, you will be able to, yun nga, may mga questions per entry point, whether policy, people, enabling mechanisms, programs, and projects. And then you will answer, ito nga yung key areas, and you will just answer yes, no, partly yes. So when you answer in the questions yes, you give 1 point. When you say partly yes, you give 2 points. And when it is no, 3 points. So again, each key area, there are self-assessment questions that you need to go through. Sige, let me have an example. Sa policy, first part would be, sorry, hindi ko po na lagay sa PowerPoint, but nasa PCW, again, resources, you can check po. Okay? So, issuance of foundational policies. So, has the organization issued policies articulating support to GAD mandates and establishing your essential elements of GAD planning and budgeting? So, you will say no, partly yes, or yes. And there are also indicators. You say no because no policy at all to support GAD mandates. You say partly yes when there are already policies in your agencies, at least one essential element is established. And you will say yes when the policies are articulated to support GAD mandates and has established 4 essential elements of GAD planning and budgeting. Okay? So, and so on. So, on the right side of this PowerPoint, you will see that there are 5 areas: issuance of foundational policies, the issuance of policies to mainstream GAD in the organization, the integration of GAD in the organization's policies. Then we have the updating and continuous enhancement of GAD policies. And number 5 is model GAD policies. So remember the 5 levels of mainstreaming. So ganun po, yung 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these questions are based din po dun sa mga levels of mainstreaming. So for people, we go through, kasi parang hindi clear po yung, if it's not clear on the right side of this PowerPoint slide, I will read to you ano po yung mga questions for people. So the first is, have you established GAD focal point system and GAD champions and advocates? So yun nga, you will say yes, partly yes, or no. And you will rate it. If you say yes, 1 point. If you say partly yes, 2. And if you say no, 3. So in this GMF tool, nakalagay din po ano yung maximum score and ano po yung possible scores, no? And then you go next to GAD initiatives and capacity development activities. So does the top management implement the GAD plan and budget? Do you have your people, your GAD focal point system has been trained in gender analysis and the use of gender analysis tools? Are your staff trained in the importance of collecting sex disaggregated data? So mga ganun po na questions. And when you reach number 3, GAD sponsorship and related programs, does top management direct the integration of GAD perspective in your programs, activities, and projects as mandated by your organization? Are the GAD focal point system able to integrate GAD perspective in the development of your strategic plans? Is the staff utilizing the sex disaggregated data and using the tools? Does the top management support the appointment of qualified women staff to leadership positions? And does women assume critical roles in the authority of the organization? So number 4, the GAD champions as program implementers. Questions like, are the GAD focal point system members able to serve GAD resource persons within the organization? Nasa regional level, national level ba? Or dun sa main offices nyo? And of course, do top management and concerned staff reflect GAD functions in their performance contracts? So nandun ba sa mga terms of reference and even in your specific job functions? Performance contracts, di ba meron tayong PBB, performance-based, and meron tayong mga, how do you call it, targets. Nandun ba yung GAD functions natin? Yung mga plans are incorporated. And the staff members develop tools and knowledge products. So do we have KPs? And of course, knowledge management systems. And finally, sa people, the number 5 are, do you have GAD experts? So have you raised, do you have in your organization staff members recognized as GAD expert? So yun. Sa Region 7, we are now recruiting for regional GAD pool. So baka gusto mag-apply. And I'm sure sa iba-ibang like you can also apply to become a national GAD resource pool, which would be very essential so you will be able to be trained by no less than the GAD specialists at PCW. And are the external clients of the organization recognized as GAD champions by reputable local, national, and international organizations? So policy, people, enabling mechanisms. Ito po yung mga sample questions. I'm going through dito sa score sheet. Okay, yung number 1 for the enabling mechanism is setting up essential GAD mechanisms. So has the organization created the GAD focal point system in accordance with the Magna Carta of Women? Has the organization initiated exploratory activities with the PCW or agencies to facilitate gender mainstreaming? So, yung participation ninyo po with this webinar, yes na yon. You can say yes in this assessment questionnaire. And has the organization collected information and establishment of your sex disaggregated data? Number 2, functional GAD mechanisms. Like for example, are you familiar with the national policies and relevant issuance of the PCW Joint Memorandum Circulars, GAD Memorandum Order 2015-01? Or questions like, has the organization established GAD mechanisms? Is the organization utilizing 5% of GAA to implement GAD projects and activities? And has the organization engaged with PCW, local government units to establish GAD-related projects and activities? Okay. Number 3, for enabling mechanisms is the integration of GAD in the organization's mechanism. So do you have a mechanism to monitor, coordinate, and report the progress of implementation of different functions? Has the organization, ito yung challenging, 30% of more of your budget to implement GAD projects and activities? And has the organization utilized its GAD budget to implement GAD activities? So remember, for GAD budget, may direct expenses and meron ding attribution. Okay? and thus the organization partnered. So it's also important to network with your local government units, other institutions, or individuals towards strategic implementation of your GAD projects and activities and programs. Okay, number 4, advanced GAD mechanisms would include impact evaluation of your projects and programs. Has the organization utilized, di ba, minimum is 5%. Then later, pag nasa level 4 na tayo, which is GAD, the implementation na talaga, then the organization has utilized 70%, no, of the GAD, of your budget for GAD activities. And finally, again, very important, does the organization use the database like gender statistics, gender-specific knowledge products, and sex disaggregated for monitoring, evaluation, and implementing? And finally, level 5, model GAD structures and systems. Has the organization GAD focal point system been recognized by certain GAD reputable, like anyone has been rewarded by the civil service, by CHED or PCW to be model in gender mainstreaming? Okay, and finally, for programs, activities, and projects, PAPs, number 1 would be, what are the initial activities to facilitate GAD mainstreaming? So again, does your organization observe? Diba meron tayong mga mandated like Women's Month celebration, the 18-day campaign to end violence against women. Tomorrow will be International Girls ICT Day. So do you have those activities? Do you conduct basic GAD orientation, gender sensitivity trainings? Next, number 2, you go to establishing commitment towards gender mainstreaming. So have you formulated your GAD agenda and your GAD strategic plans? Has the organization developed the GAD plan and budget? And do you do gender analysis? And do you use the gender mainstreaming evaluation framework tool and other gender analysis tools? And finally, third, GAD application. Has the organization monitored implementation of their GAD programs and activities? Has the organization submitted to the PCW their GAD plan and budget and GAD accomplishment? Was it endorsed? Ayun, yun ang challenge, Ms. Trisha. Was it endorsed by PCW? Or hindi pa po na-endorse, something like that, because you need to revise certain things. And number 4, for the projects, programs, and activities, GAD commitment and institutionalization. Has the organization sustained the implementation and monitoring of the international and national GAD mandates? Has the organization conducted organizational or sectoral capacity development sessions? And does the organization use the gender analysis tools? I think paulit-ulit no na ito yung tools nandyan, are you using it? Nandito yung mga legal imperatives, are you also using it for your projects and activities? And finally, the model PAPs, of course, do you already have a learning hub? Ito yung dream ko before siguro if I'll be given another task po na may e-resources din po kami sa aming UP website. Of course, sa UP system, very good na po yung UP Gender and Women's Studies or yung UP Diliman. But UP Cebu being a young constituent university, we are still innovating and trying to improve our website to include the GAD Learning Hub. Meron pong website and you can get e-learning resources. And also we have our SIDLAC Gender Resource Center where we can have partnerships kasi nga kailangan natin ng tulong ng ibang tao. Now, once you have all this answered per Entry, people, policy, enabling mechanisms, programs, activities, and projects. The scoring po is ganito. So as I mentioned, for each descriptor or question, you will answer yes, partly yes, and no. And then, per entry level, ito po yung range. Pag 0 to 7.99 po, nasa level 1 pa po kayo in terms of gender mainstreaming, which is foundation formation. Pag yung points nyo po ay 8 to 14.99, installation of the strategic mechanisms. And so on, 15 to 19.99, GAD, level 3 na po kayo, GAD application, 20 to 23.99, commitment enhancement and institutionalization. 24 to 25 is replication and innovation. So per entry level, the highest points that you can get is 25 points. But the overall level, kasi 4 entry points, is 100 points. Now, of course, tinignan ko po yung sarili namin, di ba? So, this is very useful po, yung GMF tool, because you will know ano yung strength. So, based on our evaluation with our GAD, because we have a GAD focal person per college, 4 na colleges, of course, with me as a GAD coordinator or OWASH coordinator, we evaluated the 4 key areas. And personally, we noticed that the weakest we have is our people. Kasi po, palagi pong nag-fast turnover. And appointment namin 1 year lang. So, di ba, ang hirap po to sustain. Iba-ibang GAD coordinator, iba-iba po yung ano niya. But kanina nga, I especially emphasize that once you, it's important to turn over. And it's also important to think about from the bigger perspective or point of view na meron na po kayong mga GAD strategic plan for 6 years para the next incoming GAD coordinator or yung ibang GAD focal will have a specific paper po or document to go back to. And
Dr.
also,
Bell, opo,
yes,
for that, pero medyo marami po tayo dahil napakalalim po ng ating discussion. Yung ating pong mga participants ay may inputs din po. Parang may
yes,
iba rin pong nag-share na yun nga pong sa turnover po sila nahihirapan dahil yung iba po pa-retired na, yung ibang nasimulan na programa parang hindi maituloy dahil parang hindi daw po na-turnover or naipasa sa susunod na mga generation na kanilang mga staff. Doc Bell, baka pwede po tayong magpa-activity saglit po para makita naman natin kung talaga bang naintindihan ng ating mga participants ang ating mga entry points. Baka pwede po silang magbigay ng entry point na strength po nila at kung ano
correct.
po yung strength po nila. So, sa people
Yes,
po, katulad po ng nabanggit ni Doc Bell, yung pong turnover,
yes,
yung pong pagta-turnover ng mga GFPS natin halimbawa sa younger generation, meron na po ba kayo ganun na mechanism or activity sa inyong mga um, organizations? Meron na rin ho ba dito for the enabling mechanism? Kanina nabanggit ni Doc Bell yung pag-endorse ng GPB. May mga nakapagpasa ba dito ng GPB? Dahil may mga GFPS tayo eh. At endorse ba ang inyong GPB? Please share in our chat box kung ano po yung mga activities na sa tingin nyo po strength na ng inyong organization. Para we can hear naman ang ating mga participants kung ano yung mga activities nila na kumbaga maliwanag na at malakas na ang kanilang entry points sa gender mainstreaming. Either people, policy, baka may mga
yeah.
policy po tayo.
Thank you very much, Trish, for that.
Yes.
Yung strength naman actually, you mentioned
Mm-mm.
mo, policy. Because we
Policy.
have, we all know na kahit nga from the UP system, we have our gender guidelines, we have our anti-sexual. So please put on the chat box nga, in your own agency, ano po
Mm-mm.
yung strength sa tingin nyo and ano din yung areas for improvement
For
po.
improvement. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you po, Doc Bell. So
Thank
yun
you
may mga
also
natatanggap.
for
Yes
this
po.
activity. Oh,
Yes
thank
po.
you. Kasi
Thank you.
masyadong technical na yung explanation ko nga kanina, di ba? Thank you, Tricia.
Opo, pero
Again,
yun po, ang dami rin po talaga nag-a-add ng mga inputs nila ng mga participants natin. So siguro yung isang nakakatuwa ko na nababasa, na sunod-sunod po ang pag-type ng ating mga participants, ay yung establishment ng kanilang gender focal point system. Parang importante po talaga yun dahil yun po ang foundation eh. Pag wala po tayong assigned na GFPS, mahihirapan po ang organization to move forward kasi kahit sino na lang na ma-assign halimbawa ang pwedeng mag-lead ng gender and development activities. Pero kung may assigned talagang office, sila ang magmo-monitor ng syempre kabuuan ng organization natin. So that's a very good strength. Sa people naman po, marami ring nagsabi na yung cap dev nila or yung capacity development activities nila ay isa nilang strength dahil willing naman talaga ang kanilang mga staff na matuto sa when it comes to gender and development. Siguro ito po yung ilan o napakamarami po siguro na mga participants natin. Yung isa sa mga nag-letter sa PCW nung March. Nung March po, medyo dagsa po talaga ang ating request for TAs and CapDev,
Yes,
not just for the
that's
GAD specialists of PCW, but our GR pool members. So
that's
those
true.
are some of our biggest strengths na
Inputs.
nakukuha. So, pero right now po, ang medyo hindi ko po napapansin, siguro po dito, ay GPB. Parang hindi ko pa po nakikita kung may na-endorse po tayong GPB. O hindi po
Oh,
shine muna kung nakapagpasa na ng GPB
secret.
or na-endorse. Secret po. Ayun, meron, no? We have
Meron
PCW
naman.
endorsed GPB,
Very
di ba? That's
good.
a badge of honor because you're
Yeah.
endorsed, di ba, with your GPB. So that's very, very good.
Yes, I
All
salute
right.
those agencies na talagang na-endorse na po. Opo.
Yun.
Mhm.
Alright. So yun po ang sharing natin. So sana mas palakasin pa ng ating mga participants yung kanilang mga gender mainstreaming entry points and dun sa strength nila, pag-igihan pa po natin na talagang mas mapabuti pa itong mga entry points natin para lahat po ng entry points natin ay matataas ang gradong makuha natin. So back to you po, Doc Vel.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Trish, and of course, our very active participants, no, for sharing ano po yung possible strengths nyo and also room for improvement, diba? So, let's watch again this short video about the entry points so that we will have a more comprehensive understanding of the GMF tool.
The Gender Mainstreaming Evaluation Framework. Chapter 5, Discussion of GMF Descriptors and MOVs. Let us now discuss the GMF descriptors and its corresponding means of verification per level. The Policy Descriptor Matrix tracks the progress of an organization's efforts in integrating GAD in its plans and policy issuances. At Level 1, organizations issue policies supporting the elements of GAD planning and budgeting, review existing policies to ensure consistency with new GAD issuances, and issue documents to support attendance to GAD-related events. At Level 2, the focus is on policy enhancement and improvements to ensure they can address the gender needs of its internal and external clients. At Level 3, a GAD agenda or strategic framework is already adopted and implemented to ensure sustained action to mainstream GAD. At Level 4, plans and policies of the organization have already resulted in positive impacts. And finally, at Level 5, the organization's gender-responsive plans and policies are continually enhanced and used as standards by other organizations. The People Descriptor Matrix tracks the organization's progress in ensuring that its people contribute to its gender mainstreaming efforts. At Level 1, key people are designated to be part of the GFPS. Appropriate capacity development sessions on GAD are also provided to top management, GFPS, and staff members. At Level 2, the organization ensures that its program implementers are trained to do gender analysis and clients are given opportunities to articulate their gender issues and are considered in the design of program and projects. At Level 3, top management, GFPS members, and program implementers are consciously integrating gender perspective in the organization's regular operations. At Level 4, the organization's GAD champions are able to develop GAD-related tools customized to the mandate of the organization and tapped as GAD resource person within their organization. And at Level 5, organization GAD champions are already recognized by other organizations and its top management are able to raise GAD concerns during high-level meetings. The enabling mechanism descriptor matrix tracks the organization's progress in ensuring that mechanisms to mainstream the gender perspective are established and fully functional. At level 1, the organization has established or reconstituted its GFPS as a catalyst for gender mainstreaming. It is also at this level where the organization conducts exploratory engagements with GAD-related institutions and experts. At level 2, other GAD mechanisms to address the needs of the organization's internal and external clients are established, and there is a marked increase in the utilization of the GAD budget. At level 3, the organization judiciously utilizes more than the minimum 5% GAD budget allocation, while boasting of a fully functioning M&E system and knowledge management system. At level 4, the organization's enabling mechanisms can now track the desired gender-related impacts and are able to produce GAD-related knowledge products. And at level 5, the enabling mechanisms are recognized as models by other organizations, and the total budget of the organization is fully gender responsive. The program's activities projects descriptor matrix tracks the organization's progress in mainstreaming GAD in all of its programs, activities, and projects. At level 1, an organization has expressed initial support to gender mainstreaming through the conduct of GAD capacity development sessions. It has also involved clients to ensure that their gender issues are taken into account, and sets up a GAD corner containing GAD IEC materials. At level 2, the organization already has a GAD agenda or strategic framework to guide its gender mainstreaming efforts. Deepening sessions for GFPS members and concerned staff members are also conducted, especially on the application of gender analysis tools. Lastly, IEC materials are customized for the organization's use, and a GAD section in the website is planned or set up. At level 3, the organization ensures that the implementation of its GAD PAPs are monitored. External clients are also capacitated through relevant GAD sessions. Finally, a knowledge management system to ensure the transfer of knowledge on GAD is set up. At level 4, the organization ensures that monitoring of its GAD PAPs is sustained and its impacts evaluated. Sector-specific GAD capacity development sessions for both internal and external clients are also conducted, as well as periodic application and reapplication of gender analysis tools. A sustainability action plan for gender mainstreaming is also developed. And finally, at level 5, the organization is now recognized as a learning hub for its noteworthy GAD efforts. GAD knowledge products and IEC materials produced by the organization are also utilized by other organizations as references or models to develop their own GAD-related materials. The complete list of possible means of verification can be found in the GMF Handbook.
All right. Thanks very much for these GMF entry points by the PCW. This encompasses yung kaninang technical masyado na explanation ko. So, the keywords again would be gender fair language, the importance of the GMF tool to diagnose gender mainstreaming efforts of the organization to determine your strengths and weaknesses based on the 4 entry points. And it would be best also to have a knowledge management system and a monitoring and evaluation system. And finally, as a major takeaway or summary of the gender mainstreaming and policy imperatives talk, we start with, again, the starting point of gender mainstreaming is gender analysis. So you have to watch and listen to Dr. Pavel, my co-batchmate of the National GAD Pool this afternoon, to know more about gender analysis. Gender mainstreaming is a strategy and process, and the goal, of course, is women empowerment and gender equality, The approach is gender and development, and all the policy imperatives, international, national, legal mandates help us to think about our different programs, activities, and projects. Okay, so again, these are the key words, and I'd like to thank Trisha, of course, for helping me out. Also, our interpreter. I hope hindi ako masyadong fast in talking so that clear din yung pag-interpret ng words. And of course, thank you for the very interactive and participative in our webinar this morning. Thank you very much for participating. And sabi mo, Trisha, very fast in putting in the chat box. Okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much po, Dr. Annabel Maglasang, para sa hitik sa kaalaman na discussion on Session 1, Gender Mainstreaming Concepts and Policy Imperatives natin. So para po sa ating mga participants, I know that you have been encoding or putting in your inputs and thoughts sa discussion ni Doc Bell kanina in our chat box. But for those who have questions for Doc Bell, maaari po bang magtanong po tayo or itype po natin sa ating Q&A box, sa Zoom Q&A box, yung atin pong mga katanungan para may mga masagot na po tayo, and then yung iba po mamaya tatanungin natin sa ating open forum. So, Doc Bell, baka po pwedeng itanong na po muna namin. Pero later on, open forum po, we'll also have the question. But for now, can we just ask one participant asked, when implementing daw po the GMF tool, sino-sino po ang sumasagot o dapat sumagot nito? Again po, when implementing po yung GMF tool, sino-sino po ang dapat sumagot nito?
Yes. The GMF tool can be answered by the GAD focal point system or key technical officers working to do your gender mainstreaming. And in addition, GMF can be used once every 3 years. Depending on the need of the organization, but ideally, to monitor your progress in terms of mainstreaming, yun nga, once in every 3 years. Buti na lang ngayon, before kasi the appointment of GAD coordinator was 1 year. And yung sinabi ko, naging weakness kasi nga every year nag-turn over. But when we saw and used the GMF tool, eto yung evidence, and we pointed out to our chancellor, eto po nangyayari. Before, with the presence, of course, of no less than the former PCW chairperson, ang taas na ng score namin. Probably nasa level 4 na sana, but humagsak dahil we have to reinvent the wheel. We had again to train, look for mga GAD focal advocates, GAD champions. So, ganun po. But with the help of the tool, pinakita namin sa head ng agency, and we recommended na sana 3 years para yun nga, tuloy-tuloy yung monitoring and evaluation of the gender mainstreaming in your organization. I hope I answered the question.
Yes po. Thank you very much, Doc Bell, for answering that question. May isa pa po tayong tanong na sasagutin ngayon, and then the rest po, yung iba pa pong gustong magtanong, please just continue typing in our Q&A box para masasagot po natin yung mga tanong nyo during the open forum later in the afternoon. But just for an additional question in this for this morning, may isa po, may SUC po na nagtanong na meron daw po ba kayong SUC na alam who's championing GAD? I think meron na po agad na in their strategies, in their campuses, integrated talaga yung GAD. Because can you recommend daw po ba any? Because basically, I think their SUC is planning to benchmark on other campuses para they can see paano po ba talaga yung gagawin na integration ng gender and development in their campuses.
I think, Miss Trish, it's kayo po yung mas in a good position to know kung sino yung GAD team pala. I'm not so sure. So, I would humbly refrain po to answer kung sino po yung SUC po na naging, yun nga, GAD team pala. Probably, you know someone, pa-help po, help a friend, Miss Nardine, Miss Risha. Sige po.
Alright. So for our SUC, actually po, dati po nung especially nung nasa PDP Med po ako, may plano rin po talaga na makipag-partner sa CHED na SUC GAD Timpala. Pero before we move into that, nag-NGA po muna ulit tayo. So siguro po upcoming na partnership ni PCW with CHED, baka po ituloy yung SUC GAD Timpala. So perhaps we can do
Okay.
that as well. And of course, we're gonna share it to our participants. Sino yung mga awardees ng SUC GAD Timpala just in case that we are gonna push forward this activity soon
Oh,
po, 'di ba po?
that's
So,
exciting. So
looking
prepare
forward.
po. Looking forward to the SUCs na to be included. As mentioned ni Tricia, NGA pa muna, right?
Pamuna, yes po, yun
Yes.
po muna. So yun po,
Okay.
so yun po muna yung mga katanungan na tinanggap natin. Pero later po sa open forum, tatawagin po natin syempre ulit si Doc Bell together with Doc Pavo and si Sir Michael na ating agency share for our open forum in the afternoon. So napakarami po nating natutunan sa naging pagtalakay ni Dr. Bell sa umagang ito when it comes to gender mainstreaming. And of course, ako po, may sarili po akong mga parang naging key takeaway sa ating discussion. So, syempre, tumatak sa akin yung talagang definition ng gender mainstreaming, which is really the strategy for making women and men's concerns and experiences an integral dimension of our activities. So, natuwa ako na talagang sinama ito ni Doc Bell kasi nga po, minsan may mga konsepto po tayo na halimbawa po pag gender and development ang pinag-usapan, parang tungkol lamang ba ito sa kababaihan? Ito ba ay pagtalakay hinggil sa women versus men halimbawa, pero hindi po ito competition naman po. So this is really the strategy of making women and men's concern an integral part of our activities. And dun sa activity development natin, natuwa ako at talagang tumatak sa akin yung discussion ni Doc Bell na dapat yung women and men's concerns or yung gender issues and concerns natin, dapat present siya, bida siya kumbaga sa pelikula, hindi siya extra lamang. Bida siya sa ating planning, sa ating programming, sa ating budgeting, and then sa ating implementation. Pero dapat hindi kalimutan ang ating monitoring and evaluation. Minsan po kasi, dinadagdag lamang ang gender issues or concerns sa kalagitnaan na activity development o kaya sa simula ng development pero sa dulo ng ating activities, yung monitoring and evaluation, wala na po yung gender issues and concerns. So dapat po integrated pa rin po siya. So yun po yung mga tumatak sa akin sa discussion ni Dr. Annabel Maglasang sa Session 1, Gender Mainstreaming Concepts and Policy Imperatives. So ngayon naman ay dumako na tayo sa ating Session 2 for this webinar. Allow me to introduce our next speaker. He is a professor at the University of the Philippines, Mindanao, and he is the former dean of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. His research interests and publications cover philosophical methods, qualitative methods in the social sciences, Collingwood studies, gender and development, and urban night markets. He is also an accredited trainer by the Philippine Commission on Women, being part of our National GAD Resource School Batch 5. Let us all welcome Dr. Raimundo R. Pavo for Session 2, Introduction to Gender Analysis, Tools, Frameworks, and Applications. Good afternoon po, Sir Mong.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Trish, for the nice introduction. I'm really very pleased to be here and especially happy that we have our PWD participants because I myself, I am a PWD with a speech and language impairment as a result of my brain surgery last year. But I will do my best to communicate properly this afternoon, and I would like to request for understanding if I have some stuttering moments during the presentation. So allow me to share my slide.
Yes po, Sir Mong. Naka-full screen na po kayo.
Okay, so I'll now begin. So our session will talk about gender analysis, tools, frameworks, and their applications. So as mentioned by our moderator, I am Raimundo Arpavo, and you can call me Mong for short. And if you have questions, feel free to write them in the chat box, and hopefully we'll be able to address them during the open forum section of this webinar series. So we have here our simple outline. We have 4 parts. Part 1, what is gender analysis? Part 2, what are the key concepts in conducting GA? And part 3, the steps in conducting GA. And part 4, what are the sample GA tools and the frameworks? So we have here our basic objectives. So we have 2 simple objectives. The first is to develop a basic understanding of gender analysis and its benefits. And second is to become familiar with GA tools and approaches. So just to warm ourselves up to the topic, we have here a simple image. So I want you to identify what you think is a possible gender issue in this particular image. You can write the issue in the chat box and what do you think is a possible cause, why there is this gender issue. And moving further, what do you think will be the consequence if this gender issue is left unattended? So let's start with the first question. What do you think is the gender issue in this particular slide or image?
Sir Mong, yes po. May mga nare-receive na po agad tayo ng mga inputs from our participants. Most of them are saying that there's gender stereotyping sa ating litrato na pinapakita daw dito yung parang kadalasang ginagawa ng babae at lalaki na siyang siguro nagkakahon po sa mga opportunities na maaaring dumating sa isang babae o isang lalaki po. So, the general consensus really is gender stereotyping daw po ang issue sa picture na ito.
Yes, thank you, Tricia. That's correct. So the issue here is we have gender stereotyping in the reference materials of our students. And one possible cause for this is the absence of a gender analysis in the production of these textbooks. Now, if you don't do anything about this, one possible consequence is that we'll be perpetuating gender stereotyping amongst the minds of our students. So thank you, everyone, for your participation. So let's now begin with part 1. What is gender analysis and why is GA important? So a key part of the phrase gender analysis is the word analysis. So I want us to at least get acquainted with 2 basic types of analysis, the view from below and the view from above. So the view from below, this is more of the qualitative type of research. For this type of perspective, we want to listen to the embodied day-to-day experiences of individuals. We want to get to know the context, situation, the history, the culture of a particular location or setting. So we want to look at the details. So this is like the view from the streets, where we have the everyday encounters of our daily lives. No? So the other view is the view from above. The view from above stands for the representations of our idea. Now in research, this can be in the form of quantitative representations like the SDD data that we have. And this can also refer to the privileged ideas, theories, perspectives, and even research methodologies. So the view from above provides us a glimpse of what is happening in our community. So given this slide, what do you think is the view being endorsed in this particular slide? Is this the view from below or the view from above? What do you think?
We're waiting po sa marami pang participants na nag-encode. Pero most of the answers that I'm receiving right now is above. View from
Yes.
above daw po itong perspective na
Yes,
ito.
yes, thank you, Tricia. That's correct. This is an example of a view from above. So we have this mathematical representation, quantitative representation of the number of women in the management positions. So we also have this percentage of women workers in the NCR who are in the services sector. No? So if we try to couple this with the view from below, we'll be interested to know the narratives, the stories of these 20% women who are managers. How were they able to reach the position? How were they able to break the glass ceiling in their own respective institutions or companies? So what kinds of journeys or stories did they take just to reach the top position? So I think that's the merit if we try to couple this view from above and the view from below. So you want to look at the glimpse of the data. At the same time, we want to have a grounded description of the stories, for example, of these women managers who were able to occupy the top position in their respective companies. Okay. So now let's look at the definition of gender analysis. So we have three parts here. The first part refers to the critical examination of differences between women and men. So if you apply the view from below, this refers to the actual roles, responsibilities that we assign women, to the actual spaces where we put women in our community. And if we talk about the view from above, this also refers to the differential expectations, ideas that we have for women and men in our community. So this critical examination aims to surface, to foreground these differentials, both from the ground in terms of actual experiences and also in terms of the ideas, the belief systems that we have with regard to what we think is proper for both women and men. So that's the first part. So you want to critically foreground or surface the differential locations of women and men in our community, both in complete and both in the realm of ideas or paradigms, if you like. Okay, then the second part of the definition refers to the examination of relationships between women and men. So, given the differential roles of women and men, we now like to assess the relationships that women and men have. For example, in the context of the workplace, like in the case of the women engineers, where do we assign women engineers? Do we assign them in the offices? Do we dissuade or discourage them from working in the field? Do we simply assign the field work to male engineers? What if women engineers would want to also work in the field? So what kind of relationship do we have? No? Between women and men in the workplace, for example, and how does this relationship affect their access to and control of resources and opportunities for development, right? So we're hoping that this relationship will become inclusive and will not be discriminatory in terms of opportunities for growth and development for both women and men. And the third aspect of the definition states that this type of analysis should be integrated to all assessments and activities so that we can cultivate social gender justice. So that is our aim, our main goal, why we are doing a gender analysis, because we want eventually to identify the gender issues and contribute to the cultivation of gender-based justice in our community. So ano yung mukha ng gender-based justice in our community? That's part of our task, no, to understand what does that mean. Does it mean inclusivity, sustainability, and shared growth? No? So those are our ways of characterizing the meaning of gender-based justice, no, for all of us in the community, for women and men. So part of GA is for us to revisit some gender terminologies, right? So it's important to revisit these terminologies just to prepare us to appreciate what GA consists of. So let's start with, I think I only have 5 terms here. Let's start with the word gender norms. So what are gender norms? These are ideals about how women and men should be and act. No? So these norms are usually learned through the process of socialization via the household, by the church, by the academe, via the workplace, and even through social media. No? So the word norm, as we know, has a normative aspect to it, meaning it sets itself as a standard. So we ask the question, so how is it? So how do we treat those people who do not easily fit into the norms? No? So do we simply think of them as different, or do we negatively label them as deviant? No? So with gender norms, we value differences, no? And these are equal in terms of dignity, and we put premium to diversity. No? Diversity. So the next term is gender parity. Gender parity refers to the equal representation of women and men, for example, in leadership positions or even in higher education. So here we talk about the 50-50 occupation of women, for example, in the realm of politics. No, we know in politics that out of 10 positions, for example, in the government, 7 are occupied by men and 3 are occupied by women. So we need to ask the question, why is it difficult, for example, for women to vie for political positions? What are the constraints and what are the difficulties? I have some researches on this, on women politicians. For example, in Zamboanga del Norte, we did a study there because we wanted to interrogate why there were so many vice mayor positions in Zamboanga, vice mayor women in Zamboanga del Norte. No? So we realized that in that particular area, they actually think of the vice mayor position as proper for women because it's like more of managing the household in the Sangguniang. No? Then they think of the mayor position as more proper for men because of its visionary role, no? Because of its planning, decision-making role in terms of the directions of the municipality. So even if the vice mayor woman is very qualified to run for the mayor position, so we have this cultural constraint in the area, thinking that the vice mayor position is most apt for women and the mayor position is most apt for men. So here with gender parity, we talk about gender equality between women and men in terms of opportunities for growth and development. Okay, next is the concept of a gender perspective. So here, this perspective refers to analyzing the impact of gender on persons, opportunities, social roles, and interactions. So the example of a gender perspective is the pride perspective. So what kind of perspective do we have, for example, with same-sex relationships? Do we think of them as different? Do we think of them as deviant? No? So another part of the pride perspective is for us to look into our local resources in our Philippines. If you have terminologies that can help us better contextualize these concepts on gender, because many of our concepts are inherited from the European American context. No? For example, sa pride context, we have the context of kasarian, no? Sari-sari. So by default, there is plurality. And in Mindanao, we also have the concept of mentifuale amongst the Teduray. No? We have mentifuale Lagay and mentifuale Libon. So mentifuale Lagay, for example, stands for the person who becomes a man, then the other one, the person who becomes a woman. So we have these local resources as well to help us appreciate that all of our gender concepts are not just from outside. We also have our local concepts that we can be proud of. Okay, next is we talk about gender relations. So the set of relations between women and men in the particular community. Then with relationships, we specifically pay attention to the concept of hierarchy and power, because we know the hierarchy and power has a big role in terms of access and control over resources. No? So here, this is an image of a hierarchy, and we ask the question: is this correct? Does this change wherein there is still a lot of privileges amongst men, and women still need to deal with a lot of double standards, especially, for example, if you want to run for higher positions in a company. So an example for this is my research in women in politics. Again, we discovered that for women politicians, if they want to run for a post, they would need to ask permission from their children if they'll be allowed to. And they will need to have a plan as to how the household will be managed if they're running for the position, especially if they will win in the position. So such a concern is not actually present among males who run for the position. So meaning it's easier for males, the male members of the family, to run for the position, unlike for women who would want to vie for these political positions. So they would need to tackle that first with their family, and hopefully they'll get the support of their family before they run for the position. So these cultural practices can be part of a double standard in terms of the constraints of women who would like to run for political positions in their community. So if talk about relations, it's important for us to make sense of the concept of power and access and control to resources. Okay, next is gender roles. So this refers to behavioral norms which are considered appropriate for individuals of a specific sex. So we have the traditional gender roles assigned to men and women, which I think you talked about this one in the previous webinar on the gender division of labor. We'll talk about this further in one of the later slides. So we can also ask ourselves what types of gender roles have we fulfilled Are we the first kind of persons who need to do three roles? No? Namely, we need to do the productive role, earn for the family. We need to do the reproductive role, care for the needs of the family, and you need to do community roles, no? As well. So, what kinds of roles do we play? Maybe we can write in the chat box what kind of gender roles are you uh, uh, performing right now in your own respective lives? Are you fulfilling all these three roles, or two roles, or simply one role?
Alright. Naku, may mga sumasagot na Sir Mong and ang sabi nila all of the above daw ang kanilang pine-perform na gender roles. And I think that's for all those who are typing right now, all of the above po ang answer nila.
Yes, thank you, Trish. So it's interesting to know that we are all doing these roles, and we need to ask ourselves, no? So do we have time for rest? Do we have time for leisure, right? So we need, especially sa usaping well-being, especially sa usaping subjective well-being, no, which is also my current research right now. No? Okay, so here we have example of gender roles in the household. So we have the husband doing the task of taking care of the kid while the wife is doing her work at home. So it's interesting to know which gender roles we play in our own households, especially, and how this affects our lives in general. Okay, next we talk about gender stereotyping. So stereotyping is the generalization of attributes of roles and differences of women and men. So this we tend to universalize, especially with our norms. So we can ask ourselves, have we also felt that we were pressured to follow these stereotypes in our lives? That if you are a man, you need to be competitive, acquisitive, confrontational, or as women, you need to be cooperative, caring, and nurturing. Have we ever felt that pressure, no, to coincide with the stereotypes in our lives as women and men? You can write in the chat box if that's a yes or a no. And what kinds of stereotypes you think, no, you were forced to develop, no, as a man or as a woman?
Sir Mong, so far ang majority ng sagot na natatanggap natin ay yes, pero may mga nagno-no rin naman po. Pero
Okay.
with regards to the stereotype, wait lang po. We're still waiting sa mga entries. More on yes or no pa lang po yung nasasagot natin. As a woman, we are still expected daw po to do most of our household chores. Yun po yung isa sa stereotype na nafe-face or fin-face ng ating mga participants. Alright. Pero
Yes,
yun, mostly yes, sir, ang sagot natin.
thank you, Trish. So we still feel this cultural pressure, right, to coincide with these norms, and we know how powerful culture can be, in shaping our sense of self and shaping our ideals, with our selves as individuals. So we have here, for example, in the workplace, so we need to ask whether it's more difficult for women to experience success in their career, whereas for men, the door is wide open, meaning they have less obstacles in fulfilling their aspirations. Then talk about breaking gender stereotypes. So here we have different iba't ibang mukha ng kababaihan, for example. So you want to promote the idea that yung category of women is not a homogeneous category. So it's highly plural and particular, and you want to develop and we want to promote differences. We want to promote plurality amongst women in our community, and also with men. The category of men is also highly plural. Then it should not be treated as a homogeneous or singular category. So here we have an example of the degrees of gender integration of gender perspective. So we have 5. So we're hoping that at the minimum will be gender sensitive. So meaning we're able to address the gender issues in a particular project. And our main goal is for our society to become gender transformative, meaning we're able to challenge and change the equal gender relationships in our community, especially sa usaping participation and decision making aspects. So here we have an overview of the steps in the conduct of general gender analysis. So first we have situational analysis, no? Then next we have development and implementation of strategy. And fourth, we have the GAD goals and targets, especially for the monitoring part of our activities. No? And this flow can be a bit tricky at times, but I have found a way to simplify this flow by applying the problem tree analysis and the solution tree analysis. So we'll try to do this afternoon. You can also do this if you like with your GFPS if you want to have a detailed understanding of the gender issue in your community and also come up with possible action plan as to how we be able to deal with these gender issues. So the problem tree analysis has three aspects. So we have the trunk, the roots, and the branches. So the trunk remains to the main problem. What is a gender issue? Then what do you think are the causes? Why we have this gender issue? Then even with the causes, you can have three levels. If you have this cause, you can ask the question, what causes this cause? What is the underlying cause of this cause? And the consequences if the gender issue is left unattended or unrectified. So in parallel, we also can look at the solution tree analysis. So given the gender issue, what is our GAD goal? What is our GAD objective, which stands for the trunk? And the roots will refer to the actions. What kinds of actions can we do so that we can reach the GAD goal and address the gender issue? And what do you think will be the benefits if we're able to implement these action plans and reach the GAD goal? Right.
The world is full of problems. Individuals have problems. Families, organisations and communities have problems that need addressing. Sometimes these problems can seem overwhelming, and it's hard to know the best way to get rid of them. In order to address a particular problem, a good idea is to analyse it in more detail to understand it better and see which elements of the problem we have the capacity to address. A good tool for analysing any problem is the problem tree. This is such a simple image, but very effective as simple things often are. The problem tree helps us to look at the symptoms and the root causes of a problem to give us a bigger picture of what we are dealing with. The problem itself is represented by the trunk of the tree. Then the root causes of the problem are represented by the roots of the tree, and the symptoms or effects of the problem are represented by the branches and the leaves. Quite simply, once you have identified the problem and written it on the trunk of the tree, the next thing to do is to think of all the symptoms of this problem and write them in the leaves of the tree, and then all the causes of the problem and write them in the roots of the tree. If you are an individual, you could simply draw your tree on a piece of A4 paper. If you are a group of people, you could take a large piece of paper and draw your tree and then discuss the symptoms and causes together as a group, maybe using post-it notes to put all the suggestions on the tree. A good way of looking at the symptoms of a problem is to think of a symptom and then say, then what? Which leads to another symptom, and so on. Similarly, when looking at the root causes, you can think of a cause and then say, but why? And that will lead to a deeper cause, and so on, until you get to the deepest root cause of a problem. So let's look at a fun example. Suppose your problem is that your alarm clock is broken. You would start by writing, my alarm clock is broken, on the trunk of the tree. First, let's look at the symptoms or effects of your alarm clock being broken. One effect would be that you would get up late. So then you ask, then what? Well, then you would be late for work. Then what? You could lose your job, and that would lead to a loss of income. Another symptom might be that your partner gets incredibly annoyed with you. So you would think of the consequences of that in the same way, saying, then what? And so on. It is sobering to think what a broken alarm clock may lead to. Now let's look at the causes of a broken alarm clock. One cause might be that the battery is dead. So you ask, but why? Because it is poor quality. And why is that? Because you can only afford the cheap ones. We're beginning to get a picture of the symptoms and causes of the broken alarm clock, and already we can think about how we might address this problem. It could be that the cheap batteries are of false economy and you should get the more expensive ones, or else replace the cheap batteries more often to avoid the impending loss of your job and livelihood and the possible breakdown of your relationships. So that was just a fun example, but problem trees have been used extensively here in the UK and all over the world by community groups who are trying to solve the very real problems that exist around them. One big problem we have in this country is the isolation of the elderly. This is what a problem tree would look like for this issue. One obvious symptom of the elderly being isolated is loneliness, which can lead to depression and maybe even dependence on medication. Lack of care for the elderly can lead to poor health, which means more susceptibility to disease, which can lead to prolonged illness and maybe even premature death. And so, what are the causes of the isolation of the elderly? Well, one cause is that the extended family often moves far away because of better job opportunities in more prosperous areas. Another cause is apathy and loss of respect for the elderly, which is a result of a loss of family values due to an increase in materialism and individualism. A third cause is the decline of services to the elderly, which is a result of cuts in services due to loss of funding in local authorities. As you can see, the deeper the root cause, the more political the means of addressing it. And this might be beyond the resources of your community group. Sometimes a group only has the capacity to address a symptom, which is a good start, but it might be just a short-term fix. But groups of committed people can gain confidence by addressing symptoms first and then think about addressing root causes of problems, which can bring about more lasting change.
So now let's look at the video for the solution tree analysis.
Thinking back to that sunny day sitting in a coffee shop talking with my friends about how we should be doing more to tackle climate change. We knew we wanted to address fast fashion, but we needed more than just a vague topic for our solidarity project. To help us develop the idea further, we used a technique called the problem and solution tree. It helped us to better understand the issue and its possible causes and effects, leading us to more concrete ideas for tackling the topic. Here is how it works. First, you identify the main problem that you want to address. For us, it was the environmental impact of the fast fashion industry. This problem is represented as the trunk of the tree and thus goes into the middle of the paper. The roots of our problem go into, the roots of the tree. In our discussions, we identified some of the main causes of this issue to be financial barriers, educational barriers, and social pressures. Finally, the branches are where we see the effects of the issue. This is what the roots and the trunk have ultimately produced. For example, by not being aware of the problem, the industry thrives, creating tons of non-recyclable waste, filling our oceans with microplastics, while also creating an ever-growing need for more clothes created from non-renewable resources, continuing the cycle. It's not exactly a pretty-looking tree, is it? With the second tree, the trunk now represents the desired outcome that we want to see. For our project, we wanted consumers to be aware of their choices and the respective consequences. We wanted to encourage a repair before we replace mentality. As the roots are the pathways to the outcome, This is where we wrote down ideas of action and activities that we could do to reach our goal. For example, organizing workshops to teach people how to repair clothes, creating online content to provide reliable information, or giving speeches to raise awareness. Finally, the branches of the solution tree represent the impact that these activities could lead to. For example, with new sewing skills, people might be more willing to repair their clothes before throwing them away. If people knew the reality of the industry, perhaps they would think twice before buying 3 new shirts when they only need one. It was useful to explore these trees as a team because each new idea on the problem tree gave us new ideas for the actions and impacts we wanted to see in our solution tree. Once the trees were finished, we showed them to our friends and family to see if the problems and the solution matched their realities or if there were roots and branches that we had overlooked. This is something that helped us and we think it will help you too.
Okay, thank you everyone for watching those 2 videos. So we'll try to apply the problem tree and solution tree analysis with this sample activity. So the problem I selected is sexual harassment at the workplace. So what do you think are the causes, for this particular issue? You can write in the chat box.
Alright, participants, ano daw po ang pwedeng cause ng sexual harassment at the workplace? Anyone? Baka medyo mahaba po yung kanilang um, tinatype. So, meron po tayong mga nakitang sagot. Of course, perversity daw po. Ignorance and power play or yung power dynamics daw po. That's integral in the abuse of power.
Yes,
Also
thank
the
you,
lack
Trish.
of respect. Yes.
Yes,
Opo.
so let's proceed to the effects. What do you think will be the consequences if we leave out this problem unattended? What do you think will be the possible consequences?
Um, ang mga nare-receive po nating responses ay the effects may be the power imbalance, trauma daw po at fear ang nagpo-propagate sa office pag meron pong mga sexual harassment cases and perversity that is basically prevalent in the office.
Yes, thank you, Krish. Now let's proceed to the solution tree. So our goal is to have a safe space for everyone. So what kinds of actions do you propose, so that we can reach this goal in our workplace, to have a safe space for everyone?
So, points of action daw po ay pagkakaroon ng policies on taking care or basically pushing forward safe space. Open forum po for the or for the employees or staff of the place and also yung strengthening daw po of the code ng offices so that they can have a safe space.
Yes, thank you. So what do you think are the benefits or effects, if we implement those action plans in the hope that we can reach our GAD goal of having a safe space for everyone? What will be the possible benefits, to such action plan?
Magkakaroon daw po ng safe environment, happy employees, at magkakaroon ng safe space ang mga tao sa opisina.
Yes, thank you everyone for your participation. So I prepared here a sample filled out matrix. So you can do both the problem tree and solution tree analysis in your respective institutions. I usually do this in my GST trainings. So just to allow people to imagine the causes and for them to also possibly think of their action plans. So with the problem of sexual harassment, so we have the possible causes. So as mentioned, the absence of established rules in the workplace, even the absence of a CODI, then GST is not required, and the lack of support group for complainants. No? So possible effects for this gender issue is that the workplace becomes unsafe. So it's a violation of human rights, then negative effects to the well-being and the abuse of power and authority. So our goal is to have a safe space for everyone So part of our action plan is to establish the rules on the policies on anti-sexual harassment, the creation of an effective and efficient CODI, then to require GST for all employees, then support mechanism for complainants, so as perceived possible effects or benefits, so the workplace becomes productive and safe, then we promote human rights, then power and authority check, and people start complaining or filing complaints. Okay, so thank you everyone for participating. So in summary, what is gender analysis? So this is a tool to help us identify the status, roles, and responsibilities of women and men in our society, as well as their access to and control of resources, benefits, and opportunities. So we can ask these questions: who does what, who has what, who decides what and how, and who gains and who loses. So another way of framing GA is that it is a framework to compare the relative advantages and disadvantages faced by women and men. So this is a comparative framework, no? So we need to assess the differential roles between women and men. And we also would like to ask if these differential roles lead to relative advantages and disadvantages. And we want to ask a question: why do these advantages and disadvantages persist? No? So this is talking about the relationship between women and men. So another way of defining GA is that it is a systematic way of looking at the gender division of labor, access roles. So we're following like a method. So it's methodological, a method. Then it has a way of structuring the gathering of the data. So there's a system that we want to follow in place to be able to look at the gender issues at a better perspective. So we're hoping that the GA could help contribute to the balancing of relationship between women and men in our respective communities. So another is GA is also a set of standards to judge potential impacts of gender on policies, programs, and projects. No? So we need to also be mindful that in conducting a GA, we need to be aware of the kinds of standards that we have in mind. So what principles do we follow in conducting GA? So hopefully these principles will all contribute to the cultivation of gender justice in our respective communities. Okay, then next is that it's an examination of a problem or situation so that we can identify the gender issue. No? So in this particular photo, for example, so what issues or gaps or problems can you identify in this slide? Anyone, what do you think is this photo saying to us?
Alright. Sabi po sa chat, mas marami daw pong hurdles yung nasa lane ng mga kababaihan. So, and may mga may mga tinatype po ang ating mga participants na yung barriers po, mas madami sa kababaihan, mas smooth flow yung nasa lane ng mga kalalakihan. So, that can be basically with regards to unequal opportunities and pati na rin po syempre yung discrimination daw po as gender issues.
Yes, thank you, Trish. Actually, in the context of the academe, I talked to some of my friends or teachers and asked them when do they intend to study for the graduate degrees. No? Then many of them would say that they need to wait for their kids to grow up. No? So they will need to postpone their graduate studies, which is a different case in the case of men. No? So for men, if they decide to do graduate studies, it's easier for them because they think that the reproductive responsibilities is by default at the shoulders of women. So that's also in the case of the academe with, that's why right now we have a lot of scholarships that want to be as inclusive as possible. So they provide more support systems for mothers who decide to go on graduate studies so that it's easier for them to decide, no? So that when they go to another country, for example, for a PhD, that the systems are in place to support the needs of their kids, and they also are given a bigger allowance, no? If they bring their kids or their spouses with them. So why do we need to do gender analysis? So we have these interrelated reasons. So the first is we need to understand social processes and respond with informed and equitable options. So we're doing that via the problem tree and solution tree analysis. We want to have a comprehensive understanding of the gender issue so that we'll have informed decisions and equitable options at hand. The second is we want to surface gender issues, and with the gender issue, we can design and we can target this gender issue with specific strategies in the proposed PPA. So our design has to be targeted because we want to be able to improve the conditions of women and men in our community. And the third is we want to ensure that the concerns of women are included in the development agenda. So here we talk about valuing the knowledge, the experiences, and insights of women, not just in terms of count, not just in terms of the number of representation, but we want to listen to their experiences. We want to listen to their perspectives. We want to listen to how they look at these problems or these social issues and the kinds of solutions they think as proper to these issues. And last is to be able to anticipate the impacts and policies and programs on both women and men. So in development studies, for example, which is my field of study, we usually underscore the concept of shared growth. So it's not enough for designs to be inclusive. We need to ensure that the outputs of the project will be equally shared by its participants, by its stakeholders, both women and men. So shared growth is more challenging as to how we can ensure that there is shared growth for women and men in our community. Okay, so now we have this short quiz just to test ourselves as to the kinds of concepts that we have discussed a while ago. Trish, ikaw ba mag-ano nito, Trish?
Our team will launch ito na po, where you have launched the poll. For question number 1, gender analysis may have two interconnected perspectives, namely, A is view from the above and view from below. So sa ating participants, please click on our poll na nasa inyong screen so we can count your answers.
Okay, so actually both options are correct na. So we have the view
Mm-mm.
from above and the view from
Below.
below.
Yes.
Okay, so number 2.
Alright. Yung question 2 naman po ang ilo-launch ng ating secretariat. Alright. Loading lang po ang ating poll 2. Alright. Why do we conduct gender analysis? First is to strengthen the GFPS, letter A. Letter B, to identify the strengths of male and female stakeholders. And letter C, to be able to identify gender issues. Ano po ang tamang sagot?
Yes, actually these 3 options are correct na, but the basis, the foundation is actually letter C, to be able to identify the gender issues so that in the process we'll be able to identify the strengths na of our stakeholders and also strengthen the GFPS.
Alright.
So thank you. Number 3. Okay, sorry. Need to move the slide.
Alright. For the third poll, which of the following is or are true? Letter A, GA compares the advantages and disadvantages faced by men and women. Letter B, GA examines gender and development plans. And letter C, GA can surface gender differential in roles. Medyo nagpapantay po yung A and C natin, sir, sa mga polls.
Yes, actually,
Answers.
these 3 answers are also correct, but the foundation is actually letter C, which is the gender differentials, because from there we can see if there are advantages and disadvantages, and also examine if there's gender in our development of plans. And number 4,
Alright, fourth poll po natin. Aside from gender issues, what other information can be drawn from the results of gender analysis? Letter A, relationships between women and men. Letter B, ways to enhance the gender responsiveness of PPAs. At ang medyo lamang sa choices natin na medyo marami yung nag-choose ng letter C, it's both A and B daw po.
Yes, thank you. So it's letter C, so both A and B.
Are correct.
Okay, then number 5. Sorry, I need to move this one.
Alright, number 5. Gender parity refers to equal representation between women and men for letter A. Letter B, unequal representation between women and men. Dito sir, so far medyo marami tayong sumasagot letter A po, ang medyo mataas. Pero marami rin pong sumasagot sa letter B.
Yes, so for number 5, the correct answer is A,
Mm,
equal representation between women and men.
correct.
Then number 6,
Okay. Number 6. Pride perspective is an example of letter A, gender perspective, or letter B, gender stereotype. Medyo naghahabulan sir yung answers ng ating mga participants on A and B, pero mas lamang si letter A, gender perspective.
yes, so the answer is A, is a gender perspective.
Alright.
Okay. So thank you everyone for your participation. So let's continue. So let's move now to part 2, which is about the concepts in gender analysis. So this is the gender division of labor, which you discussed in, I think, the first webinar series. So we have 3 divisions of labor, namely the productive, reproductive, and the community gender labor. So the productive activities, these refer to the income and economic welfare and advancement of the household in the community. So this also refers to the generation of marketable goods and services for income or profit. So primarily for the income and economic well-being of the household. So next, we have the reproductive activities. These are carried out to reproduce and care for the household. So we have here examples: fuel and water collection, provision of shelter and clothing, cleaning, education, healthcare, caring for the elderly, and food processing and preparation. So these are examples of the reproductive activities in the household. And the community activities, this refer to the management and conservation of resources for the collective community, which I think many of us did during the pandemic. So many of us did also community roles, kung sino pwede papasok sa ating barangay, sino hindi pwede pa pumasok or mag-leave. And also participation in cultural and religious ceremonies, and even political activities, and the involvement in development organizations. Okay, so we have here just a short quiz for the gender division of labor. So type A, if your answer is productive activity, B if reproductive, and C if community activity. So A is attending GST. What is attending GST?
Majority of our participants are answering po letter C daw po, community
Yes,
activity daw po.
yes, that's correct. That's a community activity. Then letter B, fish vending.
Alright, for fish vending. Letter A daw po, it's a productive activity so far. Yun po ang mga
Yes.
nare-receive nating responses.
Yes, that's correct. Then letter C, taking care of an elderly at home.
Alright, for letter C, taking care of an elderly at home. Letter B daw po, ang majority po ng ating participants, letter B ang tinatype.
That's reproductive activity. Then D, sending children to sleep.
Right, sending children to sleep. Letter B po ang majority answers na nare-receive
Which
natin.
is a difficult task, right? No? To
Yeah.
send children to sleep. Then letter E is managing a variety store or a store.
Alright, for managing a variety store, majority ng participants natin ay letter A ang sagot. Productive activity daw
That's
po ito.
productive activity. That's for the income and economic well-being of the household. So thank you everyone for your participation. Okay, now let's proceed to the next concept, which is between practical gender needs, or PGN, and strategic gender needs, or SGN. So what is practical gender needs? So these, the PGN tend to be immediate, short-term, and these are related to daily needs such as food, housing, income, and children's health. And these can be satisfied as well by accurate or precise elements such as food or ayuda, if you like, during the pandemic, and clinics and housing. So the satisfaction of practical gender needs tend to make women as beneficiaries, no, as the recipients of these assistance, and its aim is to improve the material living conditions. No? But generally, this does not change the traditional roles and social relationships in the community. So, in other words, if PGN or practical gender needs are met, the lives of women and men would improve. However, this will not result in the changing of the existing gender division labor or challenge women's subordinate position in our society. So that's the colatilla, no, for the PGN. So it does not really change the existing social status between women and men. It only addresses the immediate material needs, conditions of both women and men in our community. So if I relate this to Longway's WAC-PC framework, the WAC-PC stands for welfare, access, conscientization, participation, and control. PGN can refer to both welfare and access to resources and services. So what is welfare according to Longway? So welfare refers to the material and physical well-being of women and men, boys and girls. So here empowerment stands for the improvement of the physical condition of everyone. So as part of our indicators here for welfare, we have the improved physical welfare of everyone in the community. Then we have lower incidence of malnutrition, morbidity, and mortality. And we also have the improved literacy, no, of girls and boys at various school levels. Then for access, this refers to ensuring resources, services, and facilities are made available to women and men. Then we also know that access is related to concepts such as entitlement concepts, which are conferred by the state, the market, or kinship in a particular cultural setting, and other systems in our community. And empowerment here means greater and effective access of women to resources, services, and facilities. So as part of our indicators for success, we have equal access of women and men to development opportunities, resources, and benefits, and also implies the removal of constraints, barriers, and various forms of gender-based discrimination. So between welfare and access, what is common is that both women and men are at the receiving end of these assistance, no, from the government, for example, or from the communities. That's why we value, because these are basic human rights, we value welfare and access, but we don't want to end there because we don't want people to simply be passive beneficiaries of these forms of assistance. Now, the next concept is the concept called strategic gender needs. By the way, the PGN and SGN are from Moser, Moser, Moser's perspective. So strategic gender needs tend to be long-term, and these are related to a subordinate position, the lack of resources for education, for example, training, and vulnerability to poverty and violence. So here we have an appreciation of what is equitable, who needs the help the most, and the concept of subordination may at times be difficult for women and men to understand. That's why there's a need for conscientization or discussion as to the different layers of reality that we're dealing with. And SGN can be satisfied by the improvement of self-confidence. It also includes political mobilization and strengthening of women's organizations. So for SGN, this tends to make the women as agents of change. So you want their participation, you want their sense of control over their lives and their resources in the community, and can improve the situation of women in the society. So this provides more power to women and transform the unequal social relations. So if SGN needs are met, if FGN are met, no, so the existing of an equal relationship would be transformed. This is what we call a while ago as gender transformative. So these needs relate to gender divisions of labor, power, and control. So we talk about the hierarchy, no, in terms of relations between women and men. And those identified by women may include issues such as legal rights, domestic violence, equal wages, and women's control over their bodies. So if we relate the SGN to Longway's WACPC framework, the SGN can refer to conscientization, participation, and control. So conscientization is actually a very interesting notion because at the basis of SGN is really challenging our ideas, our belief system. No? So kasi madaming yung view from above. No? So malaki yung role ng ideas sa ating buhay, and these ideas which turn out to be ideals in our cultural setting needs to be challenged, and challenging these ideals may take a lot of work, no, and the effort, no, from all of us. So conscientization here means challenging the existing gender division of labor as to who does what, and questioning the beliefs that women's lower socioeconomic position are part of the natural order. That's part of, we need to challenge that concept as well. And we need to acknowledge the equality between women and men. So as part of the indicators of conscientization, so we have a greater understanding of women's human rights and also equality between women and men. Then another indicator is the commitment of the state, the government, to protect these rights, especially that of women and girls, and the changes in terms of attitudes and beliefs concerning gender relations, which is equally challenging, right, to change these cultural norms and beliefs systems. So at the basis of SGN, or strategic gender need using long-range WACPC framework, is really conscientization. We need to challenge conceptually these prevailing ideas that regulate or structure many of our unfair gender relations in our community. So with conscientization, hopefully this will lead to participation. So here participation means addressing the most visible and obvious inequality between women and men. For example, the number of women and men in the legislative assembly or in the management position. So we need to address that. No? So addressing the imbalance of representation of women and men in decision-making platforms is a key part in terms of participation. So when development is combined to welfare and access, so women can be treated as passive beneficiaries. That's why we don't want women to simply be passive beneficiaries. We want them to participate because we want them to be involved in the development process. So one way of making them involved is by increasing the number of women in the management positions. Okay, so part of the indicators is the gender parity, the concept of gender parity, so equal participation of women in organizations, then higher representation of women in various decision-making bodies and leadership positions. Okay, then with participation, hopefully this will lead to control. So with control, now we're able to confront the unequal power relations between women and men. We're able to question the hierarchy. The hierarchy has no real basis. So the basis of hierarchy must be on people's capacity and not on people's gender. So here, women's increased participation at the decision-making level will lead to increased development and empowerment. So here, we talk about the indicators, and that is the equitable control of women in terms of resources and processes and outcomes of development. So in terms of GAD visioning, for example, in terms of knowing the directions of a program, then women have an equal control in influencing such directions. Okay, so now let's have a short just test to assess if we were able to understand PGN and SGN. So we have here 6 items only. So kindly choose which you think is appropriate. Is it practical gender needs or is it strategic gender needs? So let's start with A. Younger male fishers would bully and throw sexual innuendos to older women fish vendors who work at the port at nighttime. Is this practical gender needs or strategic gender needs?
Sir Mo, medyo mixed ang sagot ng ating mga participants kasi mostly makita ko ng A and then puro B naman yung susunod na mga sagot. So I think medyo kun mamaya I think both ang sinasagot nating mga participants wala pong lumalamang so far sa nakikita ko. So both may mga sumasagot ng letter A, practical gender needs, and may sumasagot din po ng letter B, strategic gender needs daw po ito.
Yes, so possibly one reason for that is that A is PGN because we talk about safety, right, of individuals. There's an immediate a need of individuals. And maybe some are thinking of B because they think that if you want to challenge this, then you need to do a lot of conscientization, a lot of information building as to why it should not be the case. Maybe that's one interpretation why they have a varied perspective. So I'm just trying to read their minds. Okay.
Yes po.
And
Siguro
let's
na-consider nila parehas po yung ganong
yes,
mga needs po.
yes. Maybe they don't want it to simply be as an immediate solution. They want also a long-term solution to the problem. So the long-term approach can come from the SGN perspective, right? Then letter B is the teenage mothers have low birth weight babies.
Right. Sa letter B po, medyo mixed rin po yung sagot na nakikita ko. May sumasagot ng A, may sumasagot ng B, pero mas marami po yung nakikita ko sa ating chat box na letter B ang sagot. Strategic gender needs daw po. Pero may still sumasagot po ng letter A as well, sir.
Yes, for letter B, it's A. It's a practical
Mm.
gender need because you talk about the health of the individual. So again, practical gender needs refer to the material conditions of a person. So this refers to safety. This refers to the health of the person. So that's in reference to the practical gender needs. Then letter C. This is actually tricky. And letter C, creating equal opportunities to employment. Then merong in parentheses, equal pay for equal work.
Mhm.
So what about this in terms of livelihood? Is this a practical need or is it a strategic need?
Sir Mong, medyo mixed up pa rin ang ating participants. May sumasagot ng A, may sumasagot ng B, pero majority of our participants are answering letter B daw po.
Yes,
Strategic
actually,
gender.
employment is a practical need, right?
Mm.
But the idea of an equal pay is actually a strategic need because it requires a lot of effort for us to propose, to argue for that. No? I remember in the area of sports, for example, because I play lawn tennis, it took a while for the women's prize to be the same with the men's prize. Now, for a long time, the prices for the men's winner was way above compared to the prize money of the women athletes. No? So it took a while for them to conscientize people to explain why there is that disparity and that there should be equal pay for both women and women and men athletes. Okay, so thank you. Then letter D, women farmers look for finances when there are cash shortages and men don't because they are ashamed.
All right, for this one, sir, medyo, I think, sir, for this exercise natin, medyo mixed up ang sagot ng ating participants. Kasi may sumasagot ng A, may sumasagot ng B. Pero for this item, letter A po yung ating majority na nare-receive na sagot. Practical
Yes.
gender needs daw po ito.
Yes, that's correct. Now we're talking about access to resources. So if you talk about long ways framing, this refers to access for finances. Then letter E, this is very easy now. No? Letter E, health and nutrition of women.
For this one, sir, may consensus na ang ating participants. Letter A daw po ang sagot.
Yes, so I
Practical
think
gender
at
needs.
least it's clear now what PGN is.
I
With
guess so,
letter
sir.
E, so PGN, so referring to the material conditions and well-being of individuals. So for example, health, this is an example of a practical gender needs. So this falls under the category of welfare if you talk about long-range WAC-PC framework. Then letter F, women occupying management position. This is also very easy now. Decision-making position. Is it practical or strategic gender needs?
Most of the answers that we're receiving ay letter B po, strategic
Yes,
gender
that's correct.
needs.
Ay,
Alright.
salamat. Na-correct na siya sa
Tama na po.
last two. No? So, na-clarify na natin yung this distinction between practical gender needs at saka strategic gender needs. So here, letter F refers to participation and control, especially at decision-making positions. No? Okay, so thank you everyone for your patience for these concepts. I know it can be a bit difficult to distinguish, but hopefully right now these concepts are a bit clearer for all of us. Okay, let's proceed to the next topic, which is on data and materials that we can consider for gender analysis. So we have two kinds of basic data. So we have the qualitative and the quantitative. No? So in research, these are the two main types of researches. And right now we also have the mixed methods research, a combination of both quali and quanti. But for the quali, we can make use of narratives, narrative admin reports. We can make use of case studies, and we can also make use of our actual qualitative observations of phenomenon in our communities. So this is the area of my research. Actually, I'm into qualitative studies. All of my researchers are in the qualitative domain and studies. The next is we have quantitative studies. This refers to tabulated data, usually from statistical databases. Then this has numeric representations or numeric data from research studies like the SDD. Okay, so here, this is an example of a qualitative research that I did. No? So I did a study back in, I forgot the year already. Was it in, I think it was published in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, or 2021. So here in this study, we explored the spaces of the aging lesbians. No? So we have very few studies on the aging members of the LGBT community. So we did this study on the aging lesbians in Davao City. So we wanted to know what spaces do they frequent in and how do they characterize inclusive and exclusionary spaces in their communities. So this is an example of narratives of our informants, their stories, so partly the kind of economic engagements that we have and how they were able to reach Davao City. So all of our informants were not from Davao City. They traveled from elsewhere. And one of their common reasons for traveling outside of their home province is that they did not feel accepted in their respective houses. So they wanted to get out of such houses and form their own families. So this is true for Janet and Jazz. I think we had 7 informants for this study. So another example of quantitative accounts. So in Europe, for example, they had an SDD for women in transport. So we can do the same in the Philippines. You can do a study on this in the transport system. So how many women and men are in the transport industry? So in Europe, for example, so we have 3 kinds of transportation. We have the land, air, and waterborne transport. So you ask a question here, so what is it difficult for women to find a position in these areas in the transport industry? And if it's difficult for them, what are the constraints and challenges for them to occupy such positions, like in the land transport? So I'm not sure with the MRT, for example, if we have female drivers for the MRT or LRT in Manila. I'm not sure of that. Maybe we can do a study on the transport system in the Philippines. And there's also a study, the majority of those who are driving in the public spaces in the roads are men. No? So the men have dominated the use of public roads in our major cities. And in the academy, we also have this, especially this is the case in Europe. So we have this number of women who are studying. So example, in the level of the professors, we only have this percentage of women professors. Like in my case, when I did my study in Belgium for my MA degree, I never had a female teacher, professor back then. So there was no female professor in the philosophy department institute where I did my MA before. So I don't know right now if there's a woman, a female teacher in the PhD in the masteral program. So that's also a thing to look into. And we can ask the question, why is it difficult for women, for example, to find a teaching post, no? In traditionally male disciplines like philosophy, and that's paradoxical for philosophy not to be blinded by its own gendered limitations. Okay, we also have this quantitative data, women in STEM. So in this data, we can see that majority of the physical sciences, number 6 to 10, are occupied by men, then they have a fewer women. So in the physical sciences, in the mathematical sciences, especially in computer science, engineering and technology, and architecture. So architecture, I usually ask my students in the university if they can identify a building in Davao City that is 10 floors up, wherein the lead architect is a woman. I usually ask a question to them because I want to know if we can have an example of a building wherein the lead architect is a woman for 10-story high building. And unfortunately, they cannot provide an example. So that begs the question as to why is it that women cannot be given such lead roles in terms of architecture, in terms of building design for tall buildings? Is there an inherent bias, double standard for women architects in the field of architecture, building, and planning? So the use of SDD. So the use of SDD is important. I think many of us are doing this in our respective communities. So the use of SDD, so we can answer the question, how many women are engaged in a sector, how many are men? So you talk about the distribution of women and men. So at a glance, you see where women are. So what kinds of programs do they take, or academic programs do they take? So then why then the next we can ask the question, why are there women, is more women in specific sectors? Why are they lesser in other sectors? Then we can also ask further the question, if there are stereotypings prevailing that limit men to try traditionally female jobs and women to go to traditionally male jobs. No? So we talk about the flexibility and fluidity for women and men to have options as to where they would like to go to, what program they want to take, right? No? So we talk about these stereotypes and what stereotypes prevent them from breaking the glass ceiling in these respective disciplines. So with the STD, the idea there is that no one should be left behind. However, STD has its own limitations. No? So it's limited to the biological categories of males and females, and it's very binary. So here, biological sex is a poor proxy for gender. No? So meaning the STD is not capable of considering gender identity, roles, norms, and relations, which have an effect, no, on the well-being of a community. That's why, in view of the SDD, there is a proposal from the RTI Press, this policy brief, for us to adopt the GDD, or the gender disaggregated data. So unlike the SDD, which is binary by design, the GDD is multinomial by design. So we have the cisgender female, cisgender male, we have the transgender female, transgender male, we have the non-binary, and we have the others now for as an option. I remember this discussion in our college because back then when I was the dean, the one higher office pronounced that they will use SDD, and our trans community in the university protested to that instrument because they think that they are rendered invisible with the use of the SDD, as a framework. So they are proposing for us to use the GDD multinomial design so that no member of the community will be rendered invisible. So that was the discussion at that time. So I'm not sure how, I remember explaining that as well in the Execom committee before. So I'm not sure if that was adopted in the level of the university. But what I know is that in the college, we adopted this GDD instead of using the SDD, as a way of documenting people in our college. So we have four basic steps. The first one is to understand the location of our study or of our community. So we talk about the status, needs, and capabilities, roles, and responsibilities of women and men in our community. So with location, we can start with even the policy ecology if we have local ordinances. If, for example, in Davao City, we have the Women's Development Code, and we also have the Anti-Discrimination Ordinance. That's part of making sense of the local of our location as part of making sense of the political climate in our own communities. So here we talk about the differential roles and responsibilities of women and men in our community. So part two is we talk about, so given the listing of their spaces, for example, or their roles and responsibilities, we talk about the unfolding themes, no? And given the unfolding themes or patterns, we try to ask if there are inequalities or inequities, no? Given the unfolding themes that we have discovered. And part three is we try to critically analyze the meaning of these themes, and or we can also assess, no? We can apply the WAC-PC framework or the PGN and SGN framework. We try to assess if these inequalities or inequities can be explained through the WAC-PC framework of Longway or Moser's framework of practical gender needs or strategic gender needs. In part four, we talk about our practical recommendations, and if there is a program or project to talk about its impact, no, to the women and men in our community. So we can traverse these four steps. So let's start with the first step. So the first step is we talk about the surface differential situation of women and men. No? You talk about their location, their spaces, their status, their needs, and capabilities. So I'll be sharing two of my researches for this part. So for example, with the study I did on the aging lesbians, so we asked the question, so where are the lesbian women in the barangay? No? So what spaces do they occupy? What are these spaces that they frequent or avoid? So you talk about as well their demographic profile. No? So how old are they? So how many years they have stayed in the barangay? And you also ask what do they do? What are their livelihood engagements? And you also talk about their journey towards their barangay. No? So they're coming from elsewhere. So how is it that they ended up living in that barangay? And my other research is with the Fishport Tumbler complex in General Santos City. I don't know if you have been there. I did a study on that area. I did a study on the women's space in the Fishport Tumbler complex, and many of the fish, and there are very few fish gender studies on the fish ports in the Philippines. No? So we can ask these questions: where are the women and men in the fish port Tumbler complex in Jensen City? Then what is their demographic profile in the fish port? And what kinds of roles do women and men perform in the fish port? No? So these are some of the questions which we can raise just to surface the differential situation of women and men in our communities. So this an example, a result of my study with the aging lesbians in their community. So we're able to identify these spaces where the informants stay. So many of them will stay at home or their household or their neighborhood with friends and the park and the workplace. No? So this is my other research with the Fishport Tumbler. You can actually download this. Just type Asian Fisheries Science, dated 2017. You can download this in their website, in their journal, in the journal's website. So I did a study on the women's space in the Fishport Tumbler complex and the value chain nodes of the fishing industry in General Santos City. So what I did was I tried to surface where the women are in the fish port complex and try to understand the meaning of their spaces. So I did a drawing of the three markets in the fish port. So market one, then here you have the XY, which stands for women. So we have only one female operator in the fish port. The rest of the operators are owned by men. And you have here the X where the men stay and the XY where the female stay. No? So I also did the same in market two. I did inventory of the spaces where women are located and the men are located in the fish port. So just talk about where they are in the fish port. No? So next is you try to identify the gender differentials in relation to the unfolding themes. No? So going back to my research with the aging lesbians, so what do lesbians consider as inclusionary or exclusionary spaces? And for the fish port, what do women and men do in relation to the value chain nodes in the fishery sector, in the industry, tuna industry in Gensan? Then which nodes are women and men found? And are there inequalities between women and men in relation to their participation in the value chain nodes? No? So this is an example of the result. For part you talk about the spaces and you ask the question, are there inequalities or are there inequities? So we ask the question, what are the inclusive and exclusionary characteristics of these spaces where the Asian lesbians frequent to or find themselves in. So in the home, part of their exclusionary characteristics is the absence of security when growing old or growing alone. So to ask the question, how do they prepare for growing old? For them, that's actually a luxury, a question that is only allowed for persons who are economically well off, because they are tied to their to the to their daily grinds of work. So that is for them, the home can be exclusionary if there is no sense of security for them to grow old. And of course, they're always afraid to grow old alone. And they're also thinking of having a partner who cannot help them economically. And that's also part of their exclusionary characteristics. With the neighborhood, for them, the neighborhood becomes exclusionary if the people around them use the word tomboy in calling them instead of using their first names. No? So even if they've lived in that community for a long time, when somebody calls them tomboy, they're still very uncomfortable with that kind of name used to identify them. So they suggest rather by calling them with their names. No? And in the park, part of their exclusionary characteristic is when they're using the comfort room, some women would ask if they are allowed to use the room. You know? And even during the entrance part of the park, some security guards insist that they should not pass through the women's lane, that they should pass through the men's lane. So these are examples of the inequities or inequalities that they experience with the kinds of spaces that they frequent with or in. So with the fish port, these are the spaces of women. So you have here in markets one and market two. So they only have two functions wherein they interface with the value chain nodes, namely as the operator of the company and as a jambolero. And the rest of the spaces where women are in the fish port, these spaces do not interface with the value chain nodes, meaning they don't have the opportunity to value add in terms of products, in terms of income in the area. So majority of the spaces where women at the fish port do not interface with the value chain nodes in the fishing tuna industry. And this is an example as to why there are very few women in the fish port. So one possible reason is that for the fishing vessels or docking area, so there is this absence of women in this area. One of the primary reasons for that is that according to the male and female informants, they narrate that women bring bad luck to fishing expeditions and are not physically able to withstand the demands in the ship while in the fishing venture. Hence, they think that women are not allowed to stay and work in fishing vessels. When further clarified, women, if allowed to form part of the fishing team, may only be a burden to the operation. So this begs the question: if we do have women deep fishers in our community, and we do have deep women fishers based on my study of the study of my student in Davao Oriental. So it's interesting to note why is it that the fishing experience is confined to men, and why is it that they do not allow women to partake in such expeditions. Okay, the number 3 is we critically analyze the themes or determine the gender differentials in relation to WAC, PC, or PGN or SGN, or even other theories. No? So here, with the study on the aging lesbians, we ask the question, so what is the meaning, anong ibig sabihin ng inclusive at saka exclusionary characteristics of spaces na by aging lesbian? Ano yung mas mataas na way of understanding these spaces? No? Okay, so this is one of my reflection with the spaces of the aging lesbians. So if you refer to the second paragraph there, so the inclusive spaces can be interpreted as mobilities, while the immobilities pertain to the exclusionary practices. No? And these practices usually conform with heteronormative expectations. So here I'm using the theory of Massey. If you are into research, you can make use of Massey's perspective of gendered mobilities and immobilities. So conceptually, we try to elaborate the meaning of those spaces using a theory to critically interpret the meaning of those spaces. No? So here with the use of Massey's theory, we can now interpret those spaces from the vantage point of mobilities and immobilities. No? Okay, then the third paragraph here, we have the concept of the family of choice. No? So for all of the informants, they decided to leave their respective households, and they want to create their own family. So the concept of family has a very heteronormative expectation. Many of us still think that it's impossible for a same-sex couple to create their own family. That's why from the experiences of the LGBT, we have now the concept of a family of choice. The meaning is really based on our choice, our identities, and to create our own meaningful relationships in a family. So we still feel the pressure, the heteronormative pressure for the concept of a family. Okay, the number 4 is we talk about the practical recommendations. No? So here you talk about the analysis of the differential impact if you're doing a project on women and men, depending on the kind of programs or projects that you have. No? So with the practical recommendations, so we ask the question, so how do we improve the mobilities of aging lesbians in particular and the marginalized members of the LGBT? And if you're doing a project or a program, we ask, how do women and men in the fishport benefit from a program or a project intervention? So what are the constraints of women and men in getting these benefits? No? Okay, so an example of a practical recommendation is if you look at number 3, so we need to install, distribute posters or ads or materials in public areas, especially those that are government-owned, that these areas are gender-friendly and inclusive space for all. No? So this is a good way of marking these public spaces, that these spaces are gender inclusive. No? Okay, then we also hear a proposal to create an all-gender comfort room so that those stares or gazes in these public spaces can be avoided. No? So that for these spaces, we can mark these spaces as spaces of respect of gender differences and that of diversity. Okay, so let's have a short recap of the steps in gender analysis. So let's answer these questions. So number 1 is, in which step in the conduct of GA are we able to identify whether it is the women or men who benefit from programs or project interventions?
All right. So the choices for number 1 ay Letter A for step 1, identification of gender situation. Letter B, step 2, identification of themes. Step 3, identification of WAC PC or PGN and SGN issues. And step 4, identification of project impact. So we're still receiving a lot of answers, but majority of the answers that I have seen are letter A po. Ang sagot, step 1 daw po. Sumunod po dito yung step 4 sa mga
Yes,
answers
so
ng
so
ating
so for
participants.
number one, if you talk about the benefits from programs and projects, you talk about step four, no, the project impact. No? So what would be the benefits of these research, for example, or project to the concerned community that we are studying or dealing with, right? Okay, the number two, in which step in the conduct of GA are we able to determine the circumstances and needs of women and men? So what are the needs of women and men? So in what step do we surface their needs of women and men?
All right. So for this number 2 item naman natin, still A is step 1, step 2 is for letter B, letter C is step 3, and step 4 is letter D. So majority of answers that we have been receiving, dalawang choices lang actually, sir, yung medyo mataas talaga ang number of participants na nagta-type, letter A and letter C. Yun po ang two choices na nakikita ko po sa ating chat box.
Yes, actually maganda yung sagot nila because it can be a combination of step 1 and 3. No? So step 1 is to surface the differentials, then step 3 is a critical interpretation of these gender differentials. Parang medyo balance yung ating audience in terms of interpreting with the answers. Okay, so now let's have a case study. Let's try to watch a short film. I believe you have seen this film before, and we'll try to apply the 4 steps in the conduct of a GA with this particular case study. So we'll watch the film, The Impossible Dream, and we'll do a short film analysis using the steps of the GA. Yes, thank you everyone for watching this short film. Sorry. How do I move? That's okay. So now let's do a gender analysis of the short film. So we'll try to apply the 4 steps that we discussed a while ago. So the first step is we need to document the roles performed by women and men. So what kinds of roles did the women and men, and the man and the woman, the husband and the wife, and the boys and the boy and the girl in the film. So that's part of the first task. And so we need to identify just pre-listing of these roles that they performed, right? Okay, so the number two is what are the unfolding themes? No, what is the gender issue at hand? Are there inequalities, no, given the listing of roles? So clearly, one of the unfolding theme is the concept of a multiple burden, no, which was experienced by the wife in the household. That is one of the unfolding theme. So from the film. Then number three is what do these themes mean? So here you can make use of a theory to interpret the meaning of the inequality that you observe based on the unfolding theme. No? So here I'm tempted to make use, for example, of the theory of perpetual departure, which is used by um, which is provided by Deserto, no? So the concept of perpetual departure, so you can see here that the wife in the short film keeps on departing from one point to another within the household. Seemingly there is an endless departure from one task to another. And paradoxically, the concept of departure in theology is supposed to stand for awakening, no? Or spiritual growth. But in this case, in the film, the perpetual departure stands for subjugation. Subjugation. Okay, so that is how we can critically interpret the concept of a multiple burden using a theory that we can use to deepen our discussion with the concept of a multiple burden. The question now is what kinds of perpetual departures can we have in the household that is both enriching and humanizing? No? So we have seen that in the dream state in the short film, wherein there is a sharing of responsibilities. People are still moving around in the household. There is still perpetual departure, but these departures are now enabling, are now nourishing because the responsibilities are shared, right? No? Okay. Okay, so number four is what practical recommendations can you present to address the gender issue? Can you type in the chat box what can you recommend as part of our practical recommendations to help the issue of multiple burden and the idea of a subjugating perpetual departure within the household? What recommendations can we provide?
All right. So may mga nare-receive na po tayo na chat sa ating mga participants. So sabi po, sana magkaroon daw ng equal treatment. And then for others, sana magka-GST daw ang mga husbands or gender sensitivity training ang ating mga husbands. And then of course, the sharing of household responsibilities. So those are some of our answers that we have been receiving. Basically, the bottom line is the proper division of labor daw po and educating our men daw po ang ating mga kalalakihan through perhaps gender sensitivity training so that we can resolve these issues of multiple burden.
Yes, actually, that's a good suggestion. We can do a GST at the community level, especially request the husbands to attend. No? So, because usually if you have the GST, then we have the stereotyping that it is the women who should attend these trainings. But we can clearly request the committee members that we request the men now in this particular case so that we can talk about the GST at the community level. So this is an example of how to do GA via the short film that we have seen. So parang sa atin, parang malaking tulong if we have a collection of theories no, that we can use to make sense of these inequalities para mas ma-deepen ang ating discussion with these theories and we can come up with better practical recommendations. Okay, so now let's proceed to the last topic, which is the GA tools. So we have a sample of GA tools that we'll be discussing in a bit. So here we have three levels of GA. No? So we have the level of the household. So here we have a sample frameworks. We have the Harvard analytical framework, and we can also make use of Moster's triple roles framework, the level of the household. Then at the program level, we have the GW, and we also have the Hagadaga. And at the level of the organization or the institution, we have the GMF, we have the GIRL tool, and we also have the GFPS functionality assessment tools. But we won't discuss all of these frameworks. I will only discuss samples per level, not per level of GA in the household, program, or project level, and the level of the organization. So in the level of the household, we have an example of the 24-hour activity profile, which you can use. No? You can ask, you can document how people spend their 24 hours. Then from there, you can distinguish what kinds of tasks do they do. Is it productive, reproductive, community work? And more importantly, is there space for leisure or for rest? No? So this is the sample template of a 24-hour activity profiling. So what time do you wake up, for example, at what time? Who wakes up early first? Is it the wife? Is it the husband? Then who sleeps first? Is it the wife or the husband? So there's also a study that many of the wives are sleep deprived. No? So we need to assess whether such is the case also in our own communities. So what are the activities? Then who does what? Then where is it done? And what type of activities are being done? So you can use this template as a guide, and feel free to modify the template as you deem fit in terms of your research objectives. So I did apply that template in my research back in 2015, which is published in a local journal. I did research for an NGO back then, and I negotiated if I can make use of the data from that engagement into and transform the data into a journal article. So I did a study of women, small-scale miners, households in Camarines Norte. No? So here, I asked a question whether it's a case of creativity or a resignation. So I made use of the 24-hour template as part of the method. So we did an FGD, and the participants listed their activities, no? Their 24-hour schedule and their activities in the week, and what types of work do they do. No? So you can also do the same if you want to study the kinds of households that you have in your own community. Okay, then in the level of the program or project, we have another a tool which we can use, the famous Hagadaga. No? So the Hagadaga, or the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines, has both generic template or format, and it also has a sector-specific design checklist and the PIME checklist. No? So the Hagadaga as a tool now is done to integrate gender concerns into development programs and projects. If you follow the steps in the Hagadaga, the elements, almost you'll be sure that there'll be a gender component in your project, because this is part of the concept of gender mainstreaming. We don't think of gender as an optional topic, but we make it as part of the mainstream in the project. Okay, so we try to help achieve gender equality, but with the use of the Hagadaga, and empower women through projects and programs. So what is the Hagadaga? This is a tool to ensure that programs and projects undertaken are gender responsive, meaning we can identify the gender issue, and hopefully the project will be able to address those gender issues and become gender responsive. So the Hagadaga has 4 parts. Part 1, this is a generic template. No? Again, part 2, these are the sector-specific design guidelines. So if you're working in the tourism industry, there is a template for Hagadaga for the tourism industry. And you also have the PIME, which is intended for the evaluation of the ongoing implementation and the evaluation of development programs. So once the Hagadaga is approved, then you can also now make use of the PIME to assess if there are emerging issues in the implementation of the project. So these are examples of the 19 sectors. No? that you can use. You have this templates, the Hagadaga templates, tailored fit for these sectors. So we have the agri sector, the natural resource sector, the infra sector, education and energy, migration, and fishery. So I don't know if there are new templates being created by now by PCW, but this list is very exhaustive already, and we can make use of this, no? If you are working in a specific sector in your respective projects or programs. So our goal in the Hagadaga is to engender the project cycle. So we talk about the ideals of equality and gender equity. So these are the elements of the Hagadaga. These are the basic elements that we need to look into. So we have 10 elements. So part one, the first element is the participation of women and men in the identification of the development program. So again, here, we don't just talk about the numeric representation, but we put value to women's perspective, to their knowledge, to their experiences, both women and men. So we try to listen to the different perspectives. So how do people view these development problems? So number one pa lang, it has to be inclusive, it has to be participatory, and you need to find ways to listen to the voices of both women and men in making sense of the development problems. And number two is, so number one, you can also do a very thorough literature review. No? That's part of what you can do, which is connected to number two, the collection of SDD, no? In that area of concern. No? So if there's no current SDD for that project, you can make use of a review of similar literature, wherein you can make some inferences, no? With regards to the SDD data for that topic in mind. And number three is you try to articulate now the gender analysis, then you can make use actually of the problem tree analysis for this particular part, and even a solution tree analysis for number four, right? No? So you talk about what is a gender issue at hand, which the project would like to address, and what are the goals, objectives, and outcomes, and outputs that can which include the GAD statements that will help address the gender issue. No? So I think for this number three and number four, the problem tree and solution tree analysis will come in handy for these two items. And number five, so now we focus on the specific activities. No? So this activities needs to be sequentially arranged, so which comes first. No? So that we can have a more effective approach in terms of activity planning. Then the next five elements, so we have number six, is we do another gender analysis at this stage to anticipate what are the possible issues that may arise. So after framing the activities, now you ask the question, are there possible gender issues that can emerge? No? So like many of the activities designed for extension work, I remember myself thinking about the cycle of violence for women. I tried to change that with the concept of the cycle of missed opportunities of women, no? Because for women to join in these particular trainings, for example, they would need to really find time to go to these activities. So, and we need to ensure that their children are taken care of. That's why I keep on suggesting that for extension programs, there has to be an element of a child minding area so that the women can bring their kids and they can fully attend. No? So in view of the cycle of missed opportunities, that can be part of the anticipated gender issue, which you can prepare for, so that once the project is implemented, then we are ready to address such unfolding gender issue. The number seven, this now refers to the monitoring of indicators. So how many trainings do we have? How many women and men are we expecting to participate? So that we can reduce the gap and we improve women's participation. And number four is the project monitoring and evaluation, which now includes the SDD as part of the database as a result of the project. And number 9, this refers to the resources and budget for the activities. So where will this be sourced from? And of course, number 10 is you need to coordinate with the agency and LGU plan. So this is connecting with the view from above. What are the main plans that you have in the LGU? How do you connect this to the bigger society, to the bigger community goals? So these gender goals of a specific project has to be anchored to the bigger goals as well in our society or in our community. So these are the 10 elements that we need to prepare for once we apply the Hagadaga as our framework in preparing our projects or programs. Okay, then in case of analyzing the institution or the organization, so now we have the GMF, no? So this has been explained this morning by Mambel, no? My colleague, Mambel. So we have the enhanced GMF tool. No? So as mentioned by Mambel, so the GMF framework has 4 entry points, namely the policies, people, we have the enabling mechanisms, and we have the POPs, or the projects, activities, and projects. So these are the entry points. So the policies, the people, what are the enabling mechanisms, and the projects, programs, and activities. So these are the 4 entry points of gender mainstreaming. So in the case of policies, these are some of the examples. So this refers to official statements and pronouncements, even speeches, no? That are given by our leaders can be used as a basis. No? So we talk about department orders, memoranda, executive orders, sectoral plans, and manuals. We also have the strat plan of the organization and the policy enhancements. No? That we have in terms of our organization. So you talk about policy. So it's nice to gather all these policies that were used that are pronounced here, that are pronounced in our respective communities. Then for the people, this referred to those who are in charge of gender mainstreaming. So critical success of GM include having GAD champions, from the top management or from the execom to actively support GM. So that's really clear to us. We need to get the support of our top leaders in our organization, the MANCOM or the execom, if you like. Then we have the recognition of the GFPS and members as GAD experts. When you talk about the clients, both internal and external, are able to participate in the planning. So this is very consultative process. Then we have GAD experts in our organization. GAD experts in the context of research, like in the academe, in the context of instruction, and in the context of extension. So we need to have GAD experts in those 3 areas of our mandates. Then you talk about enabling mechanisms, the third entry point. So to ensure the implementation of the minimum 5% attribution of the GAD funds. So these are examples. So we talk about the formation of the GAD focal point system, or we have GAD committees in our schools, in our workplace, and we have the database wherein we gather the SDD data. We also have our indicators and GIS, gender indicators and statistics, or GIS. Then we also have a working knowledge management system. So how do we archive? How do we make our trainings available for others? How do we take care of these knowledge products that we have produced in our own respective communities? So you talk about those things. And the GAD plan and budget. Then you also have networking. So who are the organizations that we work with in our respective communities? So it's also important to be mindful of these organizations. Then last is we have the programs, activities, and projects. So this referred to the flagship programs in the organization. So for example, the review and issuance of revised GAD policies that can be done, that can be a key project in our committee. We try to review the policy ecology. We try to gather all policies and do a policy ecology study of these policies. Then we can make use of the GA tools. We can conduct a GAD advocacy program. then regular updating of GAD mechanisms such as GAD database. We can produce IEC materials. I think PCW is doing this as part of their strength, no? The continuous production of IEC materials, and we have the commitment, no, to these advocacy and campaigns such as the Women's Month, the Pride Month, and the 18-day campaign. And the regular POPs are integrated with a gender perspective. So again, these are the levels of gender mainstreaming. So level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So it depends on the entry point. So it's possible that you have a level 3 for policy, level 2 for an AB mechanism, level 4 for POPs, and level 3 for people. So depend this entry point, and you can assess there. So what level are you? So you can identify your strengths and weaknesses. So the weaknesses can be part of the future GAD planning and budgeting. So these are the questionnaire that you can look into for each of the 4 entry points. So as a review, so we consider the roles, needs, and circumstances of women and men. Then GA leads to better policies and programs. Then conducted before, during, and after the development of programs. Then you always involve the stakeholders in the consultations. This is the very simple flow from GA to talk about the gender mainstreaming plan and the GAD agenda. And hopefully this will be reflected in the annual GAD plan and the budget. So the last topic is we'll have a sample of gender analysis tools and theory. So we'll have 4 examples. There are so many examples in the internet, but we'll only limit ourselves to 4. So let's have an example of the Harvard Analytical Framework. So this framework has 3 elements. So namely, productive activities, reproductive activities, and social, political, religious activities. Okay, then you talk about the access and control profile of the community. And you also talk about the influencing factors profile. So we have 3 elements, no? 3 elements for the Harvard Analytical tool. So you have this as an example. So here you have what are the activities in the community. For example, if you're studying the agricultural community, which is the case here, you talk about the productive activities of women, girls, and men and boys, and what are their reproductive activities, no? Sa bottom half of the example. Then you talk about the access and control profile tool, no? So what are the resources, what are the material resources in the community, and who has access and control? So you can pick, no? So do women have access to water, have access to land, or is it the men who have access to land and water in the area? And you talk about the influencing factors in the community. So what are these factors that influence access and control in the community? You talk about community norms. Is there a social hierarchy? So only those who belong to this particular ethnic group, for example, have access to certain resources in the community, but those who are outsiders or those who are not part of the ethnic community are not allowed to have access to certain things. We talk about institutions, no? In the local community. What are the rules in place in the community? We talk about institutions and economic factors. Are there those who are well off have a better chance at controlling these resources? And how about political positioning in the community? Are those people in power have better access to resources? And how about those who are who don't occupy political positions in the community? So you talk about these influencing factors. Primarily, we talk about the local culture in the community. So this is another example of the production activities, the reproductive and activities, and what are the socio-political activities in the community or the community activities. So what do I do after collecting the data? That's always the case. Now with so much data, what do these data mean? So you go to step number 2. You try to analyze if there are unfolding themes or patterns in the data. Then you ask the question, are there inequalities or inequities, right? Then step 3 is you critically interpret those inequities by using a theory, for example. And part 4 is you now create these recommendations. The example of these recommendations include tailoring training sessions to women needs. So meaning we hold meetings at time or locations convenient to women. So you need to know the time, how women spend their time in the community, so you can identify which time is the best, for them to take part in an extension community. So that's why I talk about the cycle of missed opportunities if you don't tailor fit the time for these sessions. The second recommendation is you adjust the extension program agendas. You now include crops which are particularly grown by women, and you now plan new extension activities, for example, a demonstration class on women's fields. So for you to come up with this recommendations, this is step number 4. So you need to traverse step 1, 2, and 3. So step 1, I think, is the most tiring because you need to collect data. Then from there, you interpret the data. Then number 3, you further interpret the data by using a perspective or a theory. And number 4, you try to come up with practical recommendations to address the gender issue at hand. And the next framework is Moser's framework. This framework is also very helpful, especially with regard to the gender division of labor. So if you use this framework, we need to adopt the triple role framework. So we have the reproductive, productive, and community roles. No? So this is where we got the concept of the PGN and the SGN. So a key part of the analysis here for step 3 would be to classify whether it's PGN or is it SGN. No? So that's how we can interpret further the data using Moser's framework. Okay, so this is an example of how we can use Moser's framework. So the triple role, we can better understand the unequal division of labor. Then you can complement this by using these other tools. In our case, in my field, we're fond of using the community mapping as an exercise. In all of our FGDs, usually we do the community mapping. And there we try to identify where the women are in the community and what resources the women have access to or do not have access to. So that's an important skill that we can learn. Then the third, last two na lang, kaya pa ba? Parang
Sir
ginamadali
Bong,
ko na
yes po.
yata. May time pa
We
ba
have
ako?
10 minutes po,
I
around
have,
10 minutes, sir.
okay, I'll try to finish within 10 minutes.
Sige,
So the
salamat,
third
sir.
framework is the long way framework. This refers to the WAC-PC framework, which we discussed earlier. This is also very powerful as a framework, right? So here you can classify the level of empowerment in the community. So we have 5 levels. So welfare, WAC-PC, A, access, then C, conscientization, P, participation, and C, control. So the first two refers to the material conditions of individuals. Then if you limit them to the first two, then we'll end up being passive beneficiaries, but we don't want to end there. We want to elevate our empowerment to conscientization, meaning we challenge the belief system, the ideas, and we lead that, and hopefully that will lead to participation and control in terms of resources without dominance or subordination. So very powerful ang WAC-PC framework as a way of understanding these gendered realities. Then the last example framework is this. For those who are into research in the area of politics, for example, if you want to study women and men in the political sphere, then you might want to adopt this post-structural interview analysis proposed by Bachi and Bonham. I use this in one of my publications. So here, you can ask these 7 questions, very interesting questions. The first one is precisely what is said in the interview. The second is how was it, or is it possible to say those things? The number 3, which networks of relations are relevant? The number 4, what do the selected things said produce as subjects, objects, and places? Now this becomes very theoretical now, no? And number 6 is which things put in question pervasive ways of thinking. The last element is what consequences follow from interviewer selection and distribution practices. If you want to do an interview of political life, you can just follow these 7 steps, and these 7 steps will allow you to have a post-structural analysis of the interview results. So I did this in one of my published papers. This is also accessible in the internet. So I framed the story of a woman politician in the Ninagat Islands, Philippines. So I did a post-structural analysis of the data gathered from this particular interview. So I tried to ask 2 questions. For example, A is, why do women politicians find it difficult to land a political position? Then B, should women politicians be forced to carve political identities when their male counterparts are not expected to do the same? So these are 2 basic questions. So you can apply the framework again if you want to do a post-structural analysis of the life story of these women politicians. So this is a list of the frameworks which you can find in the internet. And now let's go to our short quiz, which is the last. So we have 10 items here you can answer. Mag-poll ba tayo dito, Trish?
Yes po, we have a
Sige.
poll po. So ito nilaunch na po ng aming secretariat. So for the first one, just choose true or false. Gender analysis is a critical assessment of differential roles between women and men. So for number one, ang lamang po na sagot ay true. Gender analysis daw po is the critical assessment of differential roles between women and men.
Yes, that's correct. True. The answer is true. Then for number 2, it's also true.
True. Yes po. Majority of our answers ay true naman for number 2. Now for number 3, dito sir medyo malapit po ang pagsagot ng true and false. Nasa 50% lang po yung difference, 46 and then ish 55%. So gender parity is the unequal representation of women and men in a specific area or institution. So 47% are answering true, pero 53% are answering false daw po.
Pwede paki-change ng sa screen, parang number
Ay,
2
okay.
pati.
Yes po. Sir, yung sa poll po kasi is ano po, may pwede pong i-scroll down, sir.
Sorry,
Opo,
sorry.
opo. Medyo
Sorry.
full
Hindi
po
ko
yung
alam.
1 to 5 po natin sa poll.
Sorry, sorry.
That's fine, sir.
Okay.
Yes po. So for number
Akala ko
3
kailangan siya
po,
i-F.
opo. For
The
number
gender
3,
parity is
opo,
refers to the equal representation.
unequal, yes.
Okay, so false. That's correct.
False. All right. So number 4 naman po, 20% of women are managers is an example of a view from above. Majority, 76% of our participants answered true daw po.
Yes, that's true. That's correct.
All right. And then number 5, gender stereotype is the non-universalization of gender attributes. Ito malapit din sir yung sagot. So true is we have 52% and the false is 48%.
It's false.
It's false. So
Kasi the stereotyping is the universalization of gender attributes.
all right. So that's 1 to 5. Now 6 to 10 po. All right.
Ibaba ko lang.
Sige
Wala
po.
pa pala.
All right. Ayan, ito na sir, yung ating poll for 6 to 10. All right. So the first step in gender analysis is the articulation of local contexts such as local policies, gender roles, and functions.
Yes, true.
Yun, true.
So
Actually,
that's
100%.
100%.
Yes po.
Um,
True. Now, for the second item, the third step in gender analysis is the non-critical perspective of the gathered data. Majority of our answers are true daw po, pero may 37% na false ang sagot for number 2, sir.
number 2 is false.
It's false. Nako, dapat yun palang nanalo. All right. So, number 3 po, practical gender needs of Moser refers to material conditions such as health, nutrition, and safety. 87% of our participants answered true daw po, practical gender needs of
Yes,
Moser.
it's true.
All
Tama.
right. All right. So, and then number 9 natin, strategic gender needs of Moser refers to the challenge to change systemic inequalities between women and men. 84% answered true daw po.
Yes, it's true.
All right, that's number 9. And number 10, last item po natin, post-structural analysis is a gender theory to help make sense of political life world of women and men. So 81% po ay nag-answer ng true
That's
for
true.
number 10. All right, that's number 2. All right.
Okay, thank you, Trish. That ends my presentation. So thank you everyone for your patience.
Right.
So I'll now stop share. No?
Yes po.
Thank
Thank
you
you very
everyone
much.
for your patience.
Thank you very much, of course, to Dr. Raimundo R. Pavo for that very malaman na diskusyon kaugnay sa gender analysis or sa ating session 2, Introduction to Gender Analysis Tools, Frameworks, and Applications. So personally po, my perspective when Sir Mong was discussing was talagang nakita ko na bridge na ni Sir Mong yung discussion niya sa discussion ni Dr. Bell kaninang umaga. Kasi nakita ko na yung relevance ng sinabi rin ni Dr. Bell kanina na starting point ni gender mainstreaming ay gender analysis. So, integral element talaga ni gender mainstreaming sa gender analysis. So, lumutang sa akin yung kahalagahan ng pag-examine sa mga differential needs ng ating mga kalalakihan at ng mga kababaihan at kung paano ba natin gagamitin itong mga data na na-collect natin into trying to resolve the gender issues and concerns that have faced or is our colleagues, our clients that who are men and women are facing. And through those data, pag nakolate na natin yon because we can materialize all these decision makings, that's how we can do gender mainstreaming. So I was able to bridge that through the discussion of Sir Mong and syempre na-relate din dun sa ating discussion kaninang umaga with Dr. Bell. So that's a very productive discussion na talaga nakita natin yung tema ng bridging gender mainstreaming and gender analysis into practice. And of course, to check.
Well, at this point, we wish that we can somehow inspire everyone, no, with our sharing with all of you this afternoon, no, about the spectrum of the gender and development as a core and integral part ng ating mandato dapat na when it comes to implementing whatever programs that we need to provide for our respective clientele. If we can remember kanina, sabi po ni Attorney Kayan, gender mainstreaming should be an integral part of our mandates rather than an afterthought. So we have to think about that po, no? And sa buong araw po na ito, no, nakita ho natin and we've seen a lot of concepts and we were refreshed about the GM and the GA tools. And thank you po kay Dr. Annabel and of course kay Dr. Raymond. Na-refresh po kami dito sa Commission on Filipinos Overseas. And I'd like to greet also my colleagues po sa CFO GFPS who are actually joining us po. Nandito po lahat sila, no, joining us para ma-refresh na naman po kami. And syempre marami kaming matutunan ulit, especially when it comes to mainstreaming these frameworks sa aming mandato sa Commission on Filipinos Overseas. And at this point, probably karamihan po sa inyo are wondering kung sino kami dito sa Commission on Filipinos Overseas. Ano? If you can see the next slide, you're probably seeing a lot of, or two buildings here po. Ano? Okay. Dito po, you can see the old building of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. We just would like to take this advantage para at least ma-inform ho kami, everyone that we transferred location already from our previous location in Paco dito po sa Quezon City, dito sa upper class. And you're seeing also two logos. So from the old logo that we have, ito na ho yung latest na logo namin, incorporating already the two components of the mandate of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, which is the migration towards development. We've been in existence actually for more than 40 years already. To be exact, is coming June, 44 years na po yan. And who are we actually attending to? Ano? Definitely, sila ho yung mga permanent migrants. Para medyo ma-avoid natin yung confusion because yun nga, yung ilan ho sa inyo siguro nagtatanong, sino ba ang CFO? No? What is actually the difference of CFO with that of other government agencies like TFA and so with the MW? No? Kami ho, simplest term, we're actually providing migrant welfare services sa mga Filipino immigrants. Sila ho yung mga napetisyon, kumbaga, ng kanilang mga kamag-anak na we're going to stay overseas on a permanent basis. Whereas, for temporary migrants, no, sila ho yung dumadaan sa DMW. And the permanent migrants, as you would know, later on, pagbalik po nila sa Pilipinas, on their evolution na lang. Pili na lang nila yun because they were granted actually the permanent status already. So with that, no, dito ho natin makikita actually yung mandato ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas, yung pinaka-kliyente na inaasikaso ng CFO. So eto, no, nabanggit ko kanina, the permanent migrants, we are also attending to naturalized citizens na po sa ibang bansa. And so with the Filipinos who were able to hold already dual citizenship, and so with the Filipino marriage migrants, those who are actually leaving the country on the basis of their partnership with foreign nationals, please take note, they will have to go through the guidance and counseling program of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas. This is actually one of the mandatory requirements of the Philippine government para kahit paano mag-guide natin, no, yung mga kababayan natin who are actually in that kind of migration process, that they're leaving the country because they're being petitioned already by their spouses na foreign national na po, or foreign national in particular na ho talaga. No? Because without going through the guidance and counseling program of the Commission, they can actually leave the country because they will be checked definitely by the Bureau of Immigration at the airport. So eto pa, yung mga ibang inasikaso ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas, the descendants of Filipinos Overseas, and so with the Filipino Youth Overseas. Also, we attend doon sa mga exchange visitor program participants who are bound for the US. Ito ho, sila ho yung mga estudyante at mga professionals who are actually undergoing and are about to undergo traineeship and professional furtherance sa US. And later on, they'll need to go back here in the Philippines. They're actually not on a permanent status po sa US. And also, doon sa last part, no, yung mga inasikaso rin namin, yung mga papunta ng Europe in particular, they are the au pairs who are being hosted by their respective European host families. So ang dami hong inasikaso ng Commission on Filipinos as what you can see in your screen. Dito nga po nakaakibat yung functions ng CFO. First, we do formulate policies and measures concerning them. No? That's why makikita po ninyo later on because we are being invited here to share the practices of the CFO in terms of applying the gender mainstreaming in our mandate and so with the tools. No? Nagagamit po natin ito especially when it comes to providing some sort of assistance with our Congress and so with Malacanang or Office of the President. Later on, I'll be discussing thoroughly about that kung paano po namin ginagawa yan. And also, nagde-develop kami ng mga programs and we do promote the interest and well-being of our overseas Filipinos. Like, for example, in terms of managing and assisting their diaspora engagement from their respective host countries, pabalik na ho sa Pilipinas. And also we do liaise on behalf of them, no, with government and private agencies in the transaction and similar ventures here in the Philippines and so with their destination countries. So yan po yung mga functions ho namin. Kasi dito, nakaakibat yung mga core processes namin. When we say core processes, naka-align ho dito yung gender responsiveness na siyang ginagawa ho ng CFO in particular. In terms of the migrant welfare services, what are actually these programs na pinoprovide ho namin doon sa nakita ho ninyong set of clientele ng CFO? There you go with umpisa pa lang, no? Because yung mga kliyente ho ng CFO, for everyone's information ho, no? They're already complete with their travel documents upon their registration with the Commission. Because take note, before their departure from the Philippines, they need to go through the pre-departure services of the Commission. And as part of that is that they will be required to undergo a country-specific seminar. Depende ho yan sa kanilang country yung pupuntahan. And we provide that for a number of hours for them prior to their leaving. So that's actually part of the migrant welfare services ng CFO for them. And so with the program management and so with the policy development. Now with these functions and core processes, we have to determine definitely kung saan pwedeng i-tweak yung GM na tinatawag natin that we've been learning since this morning po. And so with the application of the gender analysis tools. What is the very secret in terms of gender mainstreaming? Dito natin makikita muna, no, yung paggamit actually ng CFO dun sa napaka-importanteng data. And what is this? Ito, no, yung CFO data from 1981, ano, these are the different sets of clientele of the Commission. 6 out of 10 Filipino immigrants, mga kababaihan, that's from 1981 to 2021. Yan pala makakita po natin, no? Marami talaga na compared with male. And Yung mga marriage migrants, wherein nabanggit ko po kanina, who are undergoing the guidance and counseling program of the Commission, 91% of them are in fact women as compared to men. Doon sa mga exchange visitor program participants din po, 68 rather, from 2014 to 2021 sa kanila, kababaihan. And ang laki ho nito, yung last po, na set of clientele ng commission, 97% of them are women, yung mga au pairs were being hosted by their respective host countries sa Europe. And this next slide also, you can see the pattern of feminization. Nag-umpisa na ho since 1981. The data that we've been holding here at CFO is that a higher number of Filipino women talaga, women immigrants, have been departing the country annually. And this has since been observed noong 1981 pa. And here, women consistently outnumbered men among Filipino immigrants with an average ratio of 59.88 per year, reaching its peak at 63.82 in 1999. So what can we infer out of this data that we have? So dito natin kailangan tingnan, talaga makikita na yung feminization, na pattern ng migration ng ating mga kababayan. So what should be done? Now, in terms of the sex disaggregation, na nakikita ho ninyo sa screen din there, you can see talagang malaki yung difference. So what programs should we be implementing? And this is how the gender mainstreaming and the use of gender analysis tools start dito sa Commission on Filipinos Overseas through these different kinds of program. I've mentioned this one earlier na po, yung guidance and counseling program. This is one of the sole attributed program of the Commission, the guidance and counseling program. Why? Kasi nakita ho namin talaga yung need ng ating mga kababayan, na who are married or who are about to marry their foreign national partner pagka nandun na sa kanilang host country. That's why we attributed this one. And it went through a lot of rigorous procedure with our PCW partners, para ma-attribute ang program na ito. So how did we do that? Later on, we'll be showing that. And that is through the gender analysis tool. So that's one. And also, nabanggit ko na rin po earlier, the pre-departure orientation seminar for Filipino immigrants, for EVP participants, and au pairs. So yan yung part ng Migrant Welfare Service provision ng CFO. So what else are we actually providing them? The Anti-Human Trafficking Advocacy and Watch List of Foreign Sponsors Database. Actually, ongoing ho yung isa sa meetings na kinakandak ng Interagency Committee, yung AYACAT, against trafficking in person, dito sa office, and talking about the initiatives that should be done in order to further the government's efforts against trafficking in persons. So that's just one of the things that we also do here. Kasi itong watch list na mini-maintain ng CFO, this is actually synchronized with that of the guidance and counseling program. So how do we maintain this one? That is through, yung nakikita ko ninyo picture dyan, these sessions are very thorough. They are being guided and they are being taught by our licensed counselors po. And through that, nalalaman ho ng CFO kung yung kanilang mga partners, for example, were able to sponsor a lot of Filipino nationals already. So saan ho natin sila na ilalagay dyan? Dun sa watch list na database. So that's how we monitor also. So that's just part of the program that we have. So saan nanggaling ho yun? These are just some of the interventions that we're doing dito sa CFO. And so with the other one, yung community education program, kami ho nagpupunta sa bayan-bayan, dun sa mga iba't ibang areas nationwide to first conduct the community education program. It's actually talking with our stakeholders dun sa baba pa lang, with our local government units, with schools, and with a lot of CSOs also. So why are we actually engaging with them through this community education program? Kasi dun pa lang nakikita ko namin yung need ng Migrant Welfare Service provision. So these are just some of the examples of the interventions that we've been doing since. Saan ho nanggaling ho ito? Through the data that you've seen earlier. So take note, that's already a part of the gender analysis tool na siyang ino-observe ko ng CFO. I'm sure you're doing that in your respective agencies po, Well, if you can type, no, kung ginagamit nyo na po ba talaga ang gender analysis tool, yes or no, para lang makita lang ho natin. The problem is this can facilitate that later showing, no, kung marami na sa atin na gumagamit, no, pagdating dun sa pag-tweak, no, ng ating mandato. Reference here. Okay? Okay. So ito na. How did we actually start integrating the GM framework and the GA within the mandate of the CFO? You know what ang kwento dito, no? Sa buong akala ho namin, we had since been practicing gender mainstreaming. But for everyone's information, no, as earlier mentioned na po ni Ma'am Trish kanina, eto dito sa picture ko, ano nga ba ang ibig sabihin ng picture na ito? Sino-sino ho ba ito? This includes the top management and the GAD focal point system of the CFO. Yung upper part na picture, that was last 2019. That's the validation of the PCW dun sa aming application ng Gantimpala. And the lower part picture, that was last year na validation. Now, before these validation procedures that we went through with PCW for our application dun sa Gantimpala, ano ba ang pinagdaanan namin? Sabi ko nga, ang alam ho namin, what we've been aware of is that we have been practicing already gender mainstreaming. But meron din kaming mga pinagdaanan. And what were these challenges so far? Now, take a look at your screen. Nababasa niyo ho ba? Nakikita niyo ho ba? Please let me know po. Okay. First, notion that GAD was about basic gender sensitivity training. Tama ho ba kami dyan? Because we had that. All throughout, nung una pa lang, nung talagang hindi pa ho kami na mainstream pagdating dito sa konsepto na ito, yan ang akala namin, that GAD was just equivalent to conducting basic GST. Meron din ho ba tayong paniniwala tulad ng meron kami nung dati pa? So that's just one of the challenges na siyang nasa isip po namin. That's why we can't really take off in terms of gender mainstreaming. Another is the less attention to GAD concerns and mandates. So bakit? At paano ho nangyari ho ito? Paano ba natin inuumpisahan sa ating opisina yung tinatawag nating pagsunod sa ating statutory obligation in terms of GAD mainstreaming sa atin? That is through the annual GAD plan and budget, right? But in our case before, ang akala lang ho namin, it's enough already that we have this 5% requirement budget na nanggagaling sa ating annual GAA. Simple as that. Without going through the GAD concerns and mandates of the CFO for its clientele. We didn't take a look more on those and the depthness of the concerns ng aming mga kliyente. It's just a matter of us conducting on a daily basis these pre-departure services. Because sabi nga namin, confident kami that our programs and services serve the concerns already of our clientele. So we can just simply submit it. That was equivalent to less attention talaga to GAD concerns and mandates. Another one is, we have that little attention to the concept of gender mainstreaming. Siyempre, una pa lang, diba? We don't know how to identify the issue. Because una nga, sabi nga natin, we are already aware that we're providing them these things. But the fact is, hindi ho namin alam. Kaya nga makikita nyo sa pang-apat na bullet, wala akong established na GFPS. Did you have that already? What year that your GFPS was established for in your respective agencies? Would you remember? Kasi sa amin, mamaya papakita ko sa inyo. No? And so with these earlier challenges, syempre, kasi hindi namin alam. Ano? We didn't have any established GFPS. What happened was, syempre, yung aming GAD plan and budget, unendorsed. Diba? So what will happen after that? And insufficient documentation ng aming mga initiatives. Now, we've been providing a lot of services, but we lack the policy issuances. How did we learn all these? Yan ay nung nagising na ho kami na talagang hindi po pala talaga namin alam yung gender analysis tools. And this is the very subject of our today's webinar po, and that we're sharing it to you, these kinds of challenges. And paano ho kami nakaahon dito sa mga challenges na ito? Because years back, talagang pahirapan. And in fact, we had, if our counterpart and colleagues sa PCW, maalala ho ito, we had healthy disagreements with them that were very much firm na talagang yung program sa talaga namin, identified na yung GAD issues dyan. Pero we still need their guidance. Now, dito papasok yung sinasabi naming response na ginawa ho ng CFO para masagot na natin yung mga challenges na yan. One, you can see here, seek technical assistance immediately. Okay, so ano yung ibig sabihin ng taon na yan? You know what, that was the only year that we started seeking already the assistance of the PCW. Sa mga colleagues po natin sa PCW, ewan kung maalala niyo po yung picture na ito. But so far, that was already the latter pictures. No? Because what we did in 2017, because talagang medyo hindi ko namin talagang maintindihan no? We already sought PCW to provide us series of capacity training. And you know what happened after that? Doon namin na-established yung pinaka-key towards jump starting what we are supposed to do, which was the establishment of what? The GAD focal point system. Yun yung pangalawa later on. Because I would like to show to you first, ito ho yung original na print screen po no? Hindi ko ho ito binago, but if you can remember this one, sa mga colleagues natin sa PCW, in 2017, we had this DNA with us. No? In fact, dito makikita na out of the 20 respondents, yung kaalaman or yung nakakaalam sa GAD tools, sa hagadaga pa lang, 9. Diba? And then sa GMF, 10. So dito na ho kami nagising. Okay, we were challenged already with the realities na talagang kulang ho kami doon sa knowledge in terms of using these appropriate tools for our gender mainstreaming efforts within the CFO. I was mentioning earlier, 2017, we started the training, series of capacity training with our GAD resource pool of the PCW. Kailan pa ho ba nag-umpisa or na-establish ang Magna Carta of Women? That was 2009. So that was years already. Because finally, in 2017, we were able to establish the GAD focal point system of the Commission. Now, you can see here the sample of the office order or the policy issuance in 2007. Okay. I'd like to show here dito po sa next slide. I'll go back later on dito. In one of the webinars of the PCW, thank you for that po, you were able to share the office order of the commission about the establishment of our GFPS. Thank you for that. And you said it was actually a comprehensive and an example of a thorough composition of GFPS that should at least be replicated. Sumaya kami doon when you were able to share that in one of your webinars. This means ang pagkuha actually sa members and composition ng GFPS, how should we do that? Because that is actually the very key to starting and jump-starting actually your gender mainstreaming efforts. In the previous slides, you've seen, nakita nyo, serye ng reconstitution of the GFPS. We were able to every now and then change the composition. So what should we do again pagka nagbabago yung composition ng GFPS? And saan nanggagaling ho yung composition ng GFPS ng Commission on Filipino Services? We have a lot, of course, of divisions, bureaus here at CFO. And we do select, of course, the possible members from each of the divisions that we have well represented. And you know what? Naisama siyempre doon yung top management. Okay? In the third technique that I'll be showing later on, you can see here the continuous capacity building for the GFPS and the key officers and personnel. That's one of the techniques that should be done. Why? It is because in these slides that we're trying to show it to you, we're doing this so far. And the nature actually of the composition of the GFPS as CFO, we have our own respective core duties also in our divisions. So it's just an ad hoc in nature. We don't have actually an assigned unit who will have to compose the GFPS. So how are we actually doing this one? It's just a matter of commitment coming from everyone. You just need to capacitate them. And where should it come? Through, of course, the support of the top management. From there, nagro-roll na lang yung mga ginagawa ng GFPS members. You need to empower them as well. In our case, meron ho kami tinatawag na GC eh. So, pagka biglaan ho yung meeting na kailangang i-call para sa kanila, well, kailangan talagang gawin po eh, no? And we need to, well, ask for apologies for that sa ilang mga members because they have their duties also in their respective divisions and their respective matter units. But there's an urgency of the gender mainstreaming also at some point na kailangan natin ding asikasuhin. And you know what? Sometimes, napaka-random na lang ng pagiging empowered ng GFPS composition. Because you've trained them already, you've institutionalized them already. I'd like to share this one. A few days ago, it's just actually a random conversation with one of our colleagues dun sa GFPS. And you can see here kung paano biglang naipasok yung nakikita namin konsepto ng pagiging mainstream na ng mga ginagawa namin sa CFO in terms of GM. The conversation was this one. Well, Miss Tina is actually here. She's joining us. Nasabi niya lang bigla sa isang GC namin na, oh, do we have already a policy about our single parents that they can be able to have this kind of service sa ating registration, that they can just at least do the walk-in procedure? Napaisip kami, oh wow, we actually don't have we don't have that kind of policy in CFO. So it's just actually a random concern from among the members of the GFPS na pwedeng gayahin din natin because it is actually innate already among the members of the GFPS yung mga GAD issues because this is for us is our mandate. Who are we actually attending to? We have Filipino immigrants in our data who are also single parent. So in their case, when it comes to their proceeding to CFO for their registration procedure, medyo minsan, nahihirapan sila sa pagjagal ng ilang mga concerns nila. So why are we not coming up with this kind of policy? And it starts from there because doon nag-uumpisa ho yung pag-identify namin ng GAD issues sa CFO. So that's just one po, no? Okay. Ulitin lang natin to, no? Yung continuous capacity building for the GFPS. It's a technique, ano? You need to avail of these kinds, no? Like what we are attending now. We requested the PCW to assist us para at least makandakan tayo, makapacitate tayo. Ganito rin ang dapat gawin natin not just for GFPS, but key officers and other program implementers. There are readily available orientation seminars online po, for example, the PCW. So how can we do it? You need to issue an office order and it should be signed by your decision maker or by the head of your agency. Kaya nga po nag-attend po yung mga members ng CFO GFPS because of that office policy. But you know what? Beyond that office order that we are and they are mandated, the reason why they're attending this ongoing webinar is that the advocacy that is innate already among us. Because doon na ho actually nabubuo. That it is actually our task already. So, hi po sa inyong lahat din dyan. Of course, katulad din dun sa mga ilan natin. No? Okay. I'm trying to show you also some of these pictures of the series of activities na ginagawa ho for, take note po for the GFPS composition. Normally, minsan kami nagka-capacitate because some of us are well-trained already in terms of the framework and concepts na kailangan ituro din dun sa mga new members din. And of course, you need to let some of the members of the GPS to what? Be integrated also with other agencies. That's actually part of the capacity building for them already. Okay po? So you know what happened in our case? Ang medyo mahirap lang kasi dito in terms of the composition of the GFPS, syempre kasama ho dun yung top management, right? In some cases, no? Normally, the challenge there is their schedule. Okay? how would they know that they need to join? You need to explain well to them the very reason why we are actually doing this. So challenge ho talaga din yan, lalo doon sa mga ilang mga ahensya whose nature of the appointment of their heads are political in nature and coterminous. Siyempre, yung tinatawag nating transition period din eh. They need to know because they came from other agencies or some of them came from private institutions who are not that well versed in terms of the gender mainstreaming efforts that we are supposed to do in the government sector. You know what we did sa CFO? Again, kinapalan ang mukha namin. Kinapalan namin ang mukha namin to seek the assistance of the Philippine Commission on Women to provide executive briefing para sa aming mga top management. Again, it can start from them. And we are very much appreciative again sa PCW for providing this one with our top management. Siyempre, sinabay na namin yung GFPS dyan. And also some key program implementers. So that's a very good technique. Okay? You need to incorporate a lot of techniques there, like what? Yung tinatawag nating strengthening the partnership. Okay, so that's the third one, no? Yung continuous capacity building para sa lahat. So these are also some of the office policies na napapirmahan ho namin sa aming top management, no, for the capacity building. No? Because you will be required to attend all these things. Otherwise, of course, but again, sabi nga natin kanina, it's innate already na we need to attend. It's beyond the statutory obligation already of everyone. Okay? Fourth, you need to involve the entire agency in the GAD mainstreaming efforts towards seeking the support of the top management. Sabi ko kanina, there's a challenge for the top management, but you need to work that out. Okay? And how are we actually doing that sa CFO? Nag-umpisa ho yan sa pag-develop namin ng annual GAD plan and budget. So who are we including actually dun sa strategic planning na ginagawa namin? The top management, of course, the key program implementers. You know what we do normally? Ini-incorporate namin dun yung presentation already ng nagawa ng GFPS na annual GAD plan and budget. Why? It is because you've heard earlier in Doc Annabelle and Doc Mon, no? That's a very good strategy. It shoots and it could start from the strategic planning of your agency. We are incorporating in the program of our strategic planning the presentation of the GAD plan and budget. Because prior to presenting, of course, doon sa strategic planning, dapat may workshop na kayong nagawa among yourselves doon sa GFPS. And therefore, of course, once nalatag na yan doon sa strategic planning, the top management has been informed already about the facts of your annual GAD plan. Na talagang properly identified na yung mga elements, sample of those of the contents of the GAD plan and budget. What were so far the gender issues that the TWG identified so far? So it's actually one of the techniques. Now, you're done already with presenting the plan before the strategic planning participants. So it is actually your next step already. Once it has been approved by the top management, you need to cascade that among the agency personnel. Lahat na yan. So how are we actually doing this one? We share this thing also to all the officers and personnel of CFO through various platforms. We share it through our flag ceremony. We share it through our email group. We share it through our Viber group. So maraming mga paraan po na pwede nating gamitin. I don't know if you're doing the same thing also, the same practice, but it's actually tested strategy already para everyone will be informed about the GAD plan and budget. The importance, of course, of the GAD plan and budget is, take note, the inclusion already of the budget officers. Because siyempre sila yung nakakaalam din sa components ng budget ng buong department ninyo, no? Okay. So again, why are we doing this one? Para hindi na ho tayo mahirapan dun sa ating gender mainstreaming efforts natin. So you need to pick the representatives of all the department or units or divisions or whatever you call it in your respective agencies. From there, capacitate them, then everything starts na. Okay? So that's a matter of cascading already. And you know what? Once na-involve na po lahat, no, the very smooth flow is very evident already. Like what you're actually seeing already, this is just one of the examples of the POPs of the CFO's CAD plan and budget for this year, yung pag-observe ng Women's Month celebration. So, eto ho, no, this is the composition of the top management of the CFO. They're very much engaging sa aming mga overseas Filipinos during their registration. This is just a symbolic part, no? Etong pagbibigay ng mga maliliit na bagay. But the fact that the top management has been showing their support already doon sa efforts mismo ng GFPS, that means a lot already for us. So again, your challenge is you need to encourage your top management. In our case kasi, we're very thankful sa aming top management. Sila Sec, Leo Arugay, si Yusek Val Brio, and of course, Arheya, si Ma'am Attorney Alma, and all the unit heads. All of them are very much involved in all the initiatives of the GFPS when it comes to implementing such programs. Okay. Also, we do implement series of activities also, no, na involve din ang lahat ng personnel, including the clientele. So, yeah, we have also this 1SS and all other stuff that we've been sharing also dun sa online platforms namin. It's a cute thing, no? Kasi nakikita mo talaga yung involvement ng karamihan. Okay? And later on, again, the assessment of everything. You know, the process, no? Kung paano dapat ang gender mainstreaming framework, it needs to go through that. Because later on, you have to assess and evaluate, no, the program implementation that you've been doing for the entire year in your gender mainstreaming effort. So it's a cycle ho na nakikita ho ninyo, no? When it comes to this fourth technique, and that is for the entire agency's involvement in the mainstreaming efforts. Fifth, okay, eto na, medyo mas challenging. You need to be familiarized doon po sa naituro ho ni Doc Mon. Now, with the gender analysis tools, are we aware about this one? I'm sure. We are all aware about this one. Minsan nga medyo na ano na ho tayo, di ba? Doon sa pagsagot ng GMF. Well, GMF, the Gender Mainstream Evaluation Framework, form, should I say, ilang descriptors pa yan that composed and consisted of 93 descriptors. Well, that's a lot, right? But the technique again is, and the secret is, you have to start studying every single descriptor because it will definitely help you in your gender mainstreaming effort. In our experience, syempre, we really can't identify the gender issue of our clientele and so of the personnel of CFO because we actually do not know the contents of this analysis tool. What we were just thinking back then was we are already providing these services for them that we know for a fact are having the gender lens. But when we read the descriptors, oh wow, we learned, aba, kulang na kulang talaga pala tayo. And that's how we responded to the issues of the CFO clientele, hence the inclusion doon sa aming GAD plan and budget. Well, the Hagadaga. This is a tool that we have to use in order to attribute a certain program, di ba? Again, it consists again of a lot of descriptors that you need to do prior to attributing a certain program. In our case kasi, medyo we are quite lucky because the nature of the clientele we serve, talagang vulnerable sila in terms of the gender issues. Mas malaki ho, in fact, yung responsibility nun for us. Because we cannot respond to those issues, paano ho natin ma-report again yan with PCW? That's why we really strengthened and took further traineeship program for us, for all the GFPS concerned officer of the CFO. And later on, after the Hagadaga attributing a certain program, your issue again when it comes to reporting the implementation of your attributed program is using the PIME. medyo pahirapan na naman po yan, di ba? But again, these are the tools that we need to use and we need to get used to using para magiging gender responsive nga talaga in a simple sense yung mga programs natin. And of course, the latest was the GAD focal point system functionality assessment tool. This is a very new tool na developed, sure, na PCW for the GAD focal point system. And we were able to use this one po, no, when we filed for the GAD team pala just last year.
Yes. Sir
Okay.
Mike?
Yes po.
Yes po. So far, sir, ang dami nating nakukuhang input sa ating
Yeah.
mga participants. So from earlier questions niyo po, may mga nakapagsabi na may GFPS na sila noong
Apo.
2018 and yung iba po, medyo madalas po na nagiging unendorsed sila. And for some naman po, hindi pa raw po, kumbaga ang sagot po nila ay not much pa po or medyo somewhat pa lang po ang paggamit natin ng gender mainstreaming and gender analysis sa kanilang mga agencies. So siguro po, at yun po so far ang nakukuha nating mga sagot, inspiring daw po yung sinishare po ninyo na
Oh,
from
talaga
sa
pa.
hindi pa po
Oh,
na-establish yung
hopefully.
GFPS nyo towards your journey sa pagbag, of course, ng ating mga Gantimpala Awards and of course, truly applying our gender mainstreaming and gender analysis practices or tools within your organization. Sir Mike, just in case lang po, pasensya na po, pero
Sure.
we just have around 5 minutes po for the
Sure.
agency share.
Opo.
Apologies for that po.
So,
Thank you
ayan,
po.
medyo napaano ata ako sa mga sinasabi natin po. Ano, sharing, no? Sharing kasi, sorry, these are actual cases kasi, no? But a few things lang din, no? What we learned from the GA tools is we were able to come up with national policies. Like, one of the things that we are trying to avoid is the Marriage Bureau doon sa ating mga, well, what we're trying to show here is yung na-quote ng ABS-CBN na data ng CFO in terms of the mode of introduction ng ating mga marriage migrants. Isa dyan yung Marriage Bureau. And that's actually one of the things that we're trying to avoid for our marriage migrants. You know what? Because of this data, yan yung ginamit naming basis para maglatag ng amendment agad before the Congress. Hence, we have this law already, the RA 6955 as amended by RA 10906 or the anti-mail orders spouse. So that's just one. Actually, sabi nga ng PCW, learning from the tool, we need to consult more stakeholders. Hence, we've been doing it already, locally and internationally, as can be seen dito sa pictures. And you need to capacitate your program implementers. So those are, well, nakita nyo na naman po, pictures of capacity building activities for everyone dito sa CFO. Identify the issue, develop a policy, and implement them. Simple as that. Okay? So these are also some of the strong points that the PCW have seen when they had the validation of our our application. So you can see there we were able daw po to create and strengthen and reconstitute the GAD focal point system. Again, sabi nga po natin, since 2017 na-establish na po yan. And so with some of the recommendations. One of the, well, di ko kami mahiyang mag-share nito, we actually lack the GAD agenda. We don't have that. Okay, some of you probably ay wala pa. So, since na-recommend po nila yan, and we know for a fact that we still don't have that, you know what we did? That's it. We developed it already. And soon enough, we will be seeking the approval of the PCW. And isa pa, sa sinabi ho nila sa atin, you still lack policy on collection and use of sex disaggregated data. Kasi we have it already. That's one of the intake forms we're getting from our clientele. Nahihingi ho namin yan. It's just a matter of us lacking the policy issuance. That's why, yan, lately, napapirma na ho namin. Okay? So, what we are trying to say here is, you can learn a lot of your strong points from learning the GA tools. And later on, malalaman nyo rin yung ilang mga weakest links nyo. But what should be done after learning the weakest links and the entries na hindi ho ninyo nagawa pa? Do it later on. Diba? Para at least ma-identify, masagot nyo na ho yung GAD issue na yun. And it's so, well, you have to strengthen your partnership with various organizations. Last year, we had the MOU signing with the Philippine Embassy in Korea. This is for our marriage migrants in Korea, for them at least to be assisted thoroughly by our embassy through providing post-arrival services sa kanila. And also with foreign governments. with Korea's MOGEF, the Ministry of the Gender and Equality and Family. We had actually an existing MOU with them, so they were able to and continuously providing orientation also for marriage migrants. So that's just one of the techniques. And don't forget documenting what you've been doing. So ito pong nakikita ho ninyo, it will serve as a great reference in case of your validation with PCW. Anyway, PCW is conducting a regular validation of your gender mainstreaming effort. It will serve as your reference. Kasi isa to sa kulang ho namin. Hindi kami nag-document. Although we have a lot of programs, we just lack this. Okay? So do it po if hindi pa ho naumpisahan. Then, simple lang. Continue your advocacy. Saan ho pwedeng idaan yan? With your partners, with your key stakeholders, later on with the Congress. After all, the Congress makes a law. So you can, present it to them. What needs to be done pagdating dun sa policy advocacy. And what is the technique there? You need to have the sex disaggregated data. After all, that is a very crucial element of policy advocacy. So what we did so far, ito yung mga gusto lang namin pakita. Since 2019, should I say, we got the nod of PCW. Our GPB has been endorsed. And these awards po, as what you've heard naman na din po earlier. Okay? So eto, if you want to visit the online GAD Corner, it's just here, no? Through our website at www.cfo.gov.ph. All of the contents, all of the efforts that we've been doing, makikita nyo po dyan. Okay? So hopefully you can see it and you will try to check our online GAD Corner. So everything is there po. Okay? So there, that was in 2019 through our efforts, we had that. So 2017, na-establish ang GFPS. Immediately in 2019, we vied and we got it. And na-validate nitong 2023. So with that, we'd like to thank everyone po. And I don't know if we still have time so we can show you a video. But if not, sige pa, we will give it back to you na po, Ma'am Trish. If it's just fine for us to show this few-minute video, kung kaya pa po, Ma'am Trish?
Yes, Sir Mike, we still have time for our video po. We can
Okay. Sorry,
play it po.
minadali ko na, Ma'am. Ha? Sige. Miss Jo will be presenting po. I will just
Alright.
stop sharing po.
Established on June 16, 1980 through Batas Pambansa 79, the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, or CFO, is an agency of the Philippine government mandated to provide pre-departure services for Filipinos permanently migrating to other countries through family reunification or intercultural marriages, and to continue engaging them in social-cultural and economic activities while overseas. They differ from other migrants in that their stay abroad is not dependent on work contracts but under residency status. Beyond promoting gender equality and women empowerment, the CFO is also at the forefront of gender mainstreaming and makes efforts to create and maintain gender-responsive programs and services for both its clientele and personnel. In response to gender-related issues of migration, the CFO has been working diligently to provide services to its clientele in every stage of the migration cycle. In-depth guidance and counseling program for Filipino fiancés and spouses of foreign nationals. Country familiarization seminar for Filipino au pairs bound for Europe. Peer counseling for Filipino youth immigrants aged 13 to 19 years. Country-specific pre-departure orientation seminar for Filipino immigrants. Pre-departure orientation seminar for Exchange Visitor Program or EVP participants bound for the USA. Anti-human trafficking advocacy and watch list of foreign sponsors database. Nationwide Community Education Program or CEP on migration, intermarriage, and human trafficking. Campaign on financial literacy and education. And establishment of CFO Online GAD Corner. The CFO continuously capacitates its personnel to foster an understanding of gender issues and empower them to become agents of change. These resulted in various undertakings toward gender mainstreaming. Advancing gender equality and women's empowerment requires evidence-based approaches. In line with this, the CFO issued policies supporting GAD mandates and championed programs and services addressing the gender needs of its personnel and clientele. The top management also engages with personnel and creates safe spaces for dialogue, by directing the implementation of the GAD plan and budget of the organization, designating strategic members of the GFPS, and allowing all personnel to participate in GAD-related activities. The CFO, through its Gender and Development Focal Point system, was awarded the Bronze Katimpala Award in 2019. It serves as a powerful reminder of the progress made by the Commission in this advocacy. The CFO's dedication and unwavering commitment to advocating for gender equality are embedded in the lives of its personnel and clientele. Together, let us continue to support its mission and build a future where gender equality is not just a dream, but a reality for all Filipinos anywhere they may be.
All right. Thank you very much again, of course, to Sir Michael Apatad and our commission on Filipino overseas. Talaga namang nakaka-inspire po yung naging sharing po ninyo. This is a true manifestation na, kumbaga, Rome wasn't really built in a day. It took you journey, a whole lot of journey and efforts po talaga, sir, for you to have been able to practice gender mainstreaming and gender analysis. And then, yun nga po, apparent po na talagang napapractice nyo po yung learnings nyo po all throughout these years because you were able to bag the said PCW Gantimpala Awards. So thank you very much again, Sir Mike and CFO. Now that we are done with our discussions, let's now answer the questions that our participants have sent us all throughout our sessions. And our agency share, kaya naman ngayon ay dadako na tayo sa ating open forum. So I am calling back once again in our screen Dr. Annabel G. Maglasang for session 1 Gender Mainstreaming Concepts and Policy Imperatives, Dr. Raimundo R. Pavo for session 2 Introduction to Gender Analysis Tools, Frameworks and Applications, Mr. Michael R. Apatad as our agency sharer from CFO, and of course our Chief GAD Specialist of the Technical Services and Regional Coordination Division, Ms. Nerlene Santos Millar, to be part of our panelists for our open forum. Doc Bell, Sir Mong. All right. Okay. All right. And then see Doc Bell and of course Miss Gnarls is here. All right. So for the first question natin sa ating open forum, how do we utilize, so question number 1, how do we utilize the 5% to 30% for GAD pursuant to the ODA provision under RA 7192? Ang tanong daw po ay paano daw ini-utilize yung 5% to 30% for GAD pursuant to the ODA provision under RA 7192? Anyone who wants to answer po?
Ako na lang sasagot?
Yes po, Ms. Ross. Sige po.
Sige.
Thank you, Ms. Ross.
Okay. So, RA 7192, Women in Development and Nation Building Act. There is a provision there that 5 to 30% of budget of the government should be, of ODA projects, should focus on the concerns of women. No? So, as we all know, the Women in Development and Nation Building Act has a WID framework. Hindi pa siya sobrang GAD. No? Kasi ano pa siya, 1992 pa siya. 1995 tayo nag-adapt ng Gender and Development. So, and ganyan po, yung provision na yan is also included in the Joint Memo Circular on the GAD Planning and Budgeting issued by PCW NEDA and DBM. So how do you utilize? Ang tool po talaga to check the gender responsiveness of ODA-related programs or projects is the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines. Now, currently, ODA-related programs are subjected to Hagadaga and submitted to NEDA. So, kailangan po, marunong kayong gumamit ng Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines. Kasi doon malalaman kung ilang % of the program for, the budget for the program can be attributed to the GAD budget or to the GAD, no? Doon sa ODA ninyo. So the PCW, I think, will we have a session on Hagadaga? We will have a webinar also on the
Yes.
Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines in June. Is it June?
Yes
So
po,
meron
around
kaming
June.
meron kaming webinar on Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines. So you should join that webinar, but at the same time, you should also download the Harmonized GAD Guidelines na tool natin so that you will be able to review that and start using that in your mainstream program. So yun po, that's the only way to check how much percent of our ODA may be attributed to the GAD budget using the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines. So yun po.
Okay, thank you very much po, Ms. Narls, for answering our question number 1. Now let's move to question number 2. So, our participant said, for clarification po, do we need to create a regional policy in adopting the GAD agenda from our agency's central office? The GAD agenda was disseminated to the regional office po through department circular. So, kailangan pa po bang magkaroon ng bagong policy in adopting the said GAD agenda from the central office? Anyone po who would want?
This was mentioned,
Okay.
I think, by Ma'am Bell dun sa kanyang part ng gender mainstream. So Ma'am Bell, you might want to give your
Yeah.
thoughts on this.
Yes. So okay. So I think it is depend on the context of the organization. Because the question is, do we need to create a regional policy in adapting the GAD agenda? Well, there is already one from the central office. Katulad namin, I think with Sir Mong, UP Mindanao, UP Cebu, merong GAD agenda ang system. However, we were requested to have our own. Parang it's like, diba, in any vision mission for a centralized office, you can also have certain objectives in relation to the main agenda. So ganun po. That is my take for answering this question. Thank you.
So, Mike, isang CFO ba? Meron ba kayong regional office? Or
We have, ma'am, nurse satellite offices. Ang sa practice kasi namin po, we include already our officers sa aming satellite offices doon sa mismong GAD focal point system namin.
Yeah.
So we won't be having at least a separate policy na pagdating doon sa ano.
Oo.
So talagang kasama na.
Dapat that's a good practice, no? In the
Opo.
preparation of GAD agenda, dapat consultative ang central office. No, dapat ma-involve yung mga regional offices so that may ownership also yung region, ano? Ang isang example dito yung sa experience ng development ng GAD agenda ng BIR, for example, no? So meron silang mga series of regional consultations na ginawa, and then doon sa task nila doon sa pag-implement ng specific POPs dun sa GAD agenda nila, may mga naka-assign na regional offices. So kumbaga naging participatory yung process doon. Pero ang tanong dito, kailangan pa ba mag-issue ng policy? Wala naman pong nagbabawal na mag-issue din kayo ng policy adopting your agency GAD agenda, or as mentioned nga by Doc Bell, pwede rin namang dagdagan nyo in the local context, no? Kasi lalo na kung hindi kayo masyado nakaparticipate, meron kaming alam na agency, mas merong GAD agenda yung region kesa yung central. No? Kasi iniintay nila yung central office, hindi gumagalaw. So gumawa sila ng regional GAD agenda. Mali ba yun? No, because nagaantay sila eh. Wala pang kumikilos eh. Pero dapat yun consolidated at the central office. Kasi nga, ang GAD plan and budget natin ngayon ay centralized. So mas maganda talaga i-lead ng central office GAD focal point with the participation of our regional counterpart. So if you think that it's relevant for your regional office to just to issue another policy adopting the GAD agenda, then that's fine. Hindi naman po kayo makukuha doon. Hindi naman siya bawal. In fact, mas siguro mas madadagdagan yung imprimatur for the region to really adopt the content of the GAD agenda para sa pag-prepare nyo ng GAD plan na i-input nyo naman sa central. So, ganun po siguro yung pwede nating sagutin.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Norris and Doc Bell and Sir Mike for answering our question number 2. Now, moving on to question number 3. Regarding po sa poll ng GAD resource persons, how to be trained by the agency? What are the criteria? And I hope newbies are welcome po. sa ating NGRP po yata ito.
Sige,
Our
tanungin
GAD
natin si
risk
Sir
response.
Mong tsaka si Ma'am Bell. Ano nilang process, no? Oo.
Sige, I'll go first. Actually, it's Ma'am Doray Bukoy who nominated me to be part to try. Kasi the selections is actually quite challenging. Dahil you need to, diba, when we applied, we had to give our resume and there was 5 pages at yun. You have to check whether what are the trainings that you have undergone to really know whether you are already capacitated, you are familiar with the GAD concepts and all about gender and development. And then you have also to mention those that you were doing. Were you able to do this training yourself? So second is, I think that the key factor is when you are trained, parang you need to return it back. Kasi kung you are capacitated, then you will also be a vital key person to do something back to your agency. Diba? So, more importantly, kasi at that time, I think, Madam Bukoy became the PCW chair and parang tinitignan niya sino yung maiiwan sa UP. And syempre, in any organization may, yun nga, senior, nagre-retire. Ako naman yung tamang-tama lang, nasa midway pa. Not yet retireable, but not also very young. And in the GAD advocacy, I started since 2002. And she requested me to join PCW 2017. So, diba? Quite a number. And I can also learn through I always go with her in the trainings. Yung nakikinig ka, and at the same time, you have to read. You have to study on your own. And then afterwards, when you get also to communicate and consult other people, parang how do you call this? Our management also, at that time, it was our chancellor, the first lady chancellor, Attorney Caro, believe also in my capacity and potential, kaya yun, pinadala. So, I guess if you're a newbie, wala namang restriction, but what's important is, again, you're trainable, you're willing to serve and learn, no? That was, I think, 1 week. Tama ba, Sir Mo, sa batch natin? And yung pinaka-challenging is you were asked to give your seminar to the experts. During that time, I remember we had a lawyer and I was always kinakabahan pag, diba, you're talking about like legal mandates and you're in front of mga lawyers who are more expert in that field. But nevertheless, because you're confident of your topic, and ang ganda nga, because PCW will also look into ano yung parang what are your good points, your strong points. Kasi you will know naman na you can train and you can handle these topics dahil ito yung strength mo, diba? You cannot teach what you do not have. So, basically, yun nga. Ganun yung experience ko.
Thank you, Ma'am Bell. Sir Mong, may dagdag ka?
May dagdag pa ba ako? Sorry.
Mahirap, no?
Ma'am, tingin ko is you need to begin with a GAD advocacy. And that will parang embed you with the different gender realities in society. So it should come from the heart, so to speak. So that kind of advocacy. Then, because I'm from the academe, so parang yung ginasuggest ko sa iba din is that they also develop their niche. For example, you can strengthen your research skills in gender and development because that is an area wherein wala pa masyadong parang speakers on that topic. So you also assess the ecology of the speakers, then ano yung parang area wherein you can possibly contribute para mapili ka eventually by the Philippine Commission on Women for the enlisting sa training. Yun lang, ma'am.
Thank you, Sir Mong. Sige po, thank you, Sir Mong and Doc Mong and Doc Bell for sharing that. No, actually, nag-i-improve din naman yung aming process of selecting the GR pool in the PCW. So, meron tayong as mentioned by Doc Bell, medyo mahaba yung form na pinipilapan because we really need to know what are the trainings that you have conducted, what are the trainings that you have attended, and if these trainings are the one that we are looking for, no? So maaari kasing may mga trainings kayo inattendan pero hindi naman siya GAD-related. Mahirap, sabi nga ni Ma'am Bell, you cannot teach what you don't have. So basic na basic po yun. And then of course, tama si Sir Mong, yung niching, yung kasi maraming GR pool, maraming gustong maging trainer ko, no? Pero syempre, ano yung niche mo, saan ka magaling? Kasi not everyone is a trainer, no? Pwedeng ang GR pool ka because you're good at gender research. So pwedeng may ganun kasi we also refer them to some training institutions. So ngayon po we are in the process of completing the return demonstration of our batch 9. And then we will have a GR pool assembly in December. So maaari pong next year, kung may time pa kami, mag-profiling kami ng batch 10. Kasi medyo 150 na po ang mahigit ang GR pool ng PCW. So we're happy that the two of them are able to join us today. And we hope na yung mas, like sila Mike, no, yung mga magagaling na GFPS from the government agencies should also apply para naman you can share your knowledge to the other government agencies. Yun lang, pag naging GR pool ka, may expectations din sa'yo na mag-train ka ng iba. Pero kung sobrang busy mo, medyo mahirap, no? Kasi may commitment yan sa PCW. So, welcome ang newbies, pero sana meron na kayong dala-dala. No, may baon na kayo kasi we do not do training of trainers. You have to be a trainer already for us to certify you in the GR. So, yun lang siguro, Nicole.
Thank you very much, Sir Mong, Doc Bell, and of course, Ms. Norals for answering our question number 3. Now, let's move to question number 4. Are scientific studies accepted to support in identifying gender issues? So, perhaps Sir Mong would want to answer our question number 4.
Yes, definitely. If you have good research as the basis in explaining the context of the gender issue, definitely it should be listened to. No? So in articulating gender issues, what we are after at is actually the process by which the results of the study was gathered. So it needs to study the feminist ethics paradigm, for example. It has to be participatory. So things like that. So if you want to look into the veracity of the conclusion of the research, you need to look into the process by which it was done. So if it was accomplished in a sound and scientific manner, then therefore it should be listened to in discussing gender issues.
All right. Thank you very much, Sir Mong, for answering our question number 4. Now, on to question number 5. How to meet the sustainability requirement under PAP? What mechanisms or documents do we need to prepare?
I think
Yes,
I'll
Doc Bell.
answer this question because I mentioned it as one of the entry, no, for gender mainstreaming. Very important. Sinabi rin ni Sir Mike kanina, we need the documentation. No? Of course, we have we know what our mandate is in each agency. So we review and we look into the needs and priority flagship programs. And we, of course, gender analysis. Look into ano yung situation of your clients internally and externally. Plus, then you can come up with these projects and programs. Very important, I think, is it should be participatory as well. Diba? Yung merong technical working group that you can get ano yung mga needs nila. And of course, I agree ni Sir Mong na important din kahit survey, no? That's a very important skill, not to determine ano yung mga needs. Like, we were for example, in UP Cebu, wala pa kaming child minding center. And we don't even have a GAD agenda yet. But looking into, after reviewing and instituting back the GAD focal point system, yung ilang meetings every month, we found out na we need to assess and look into the sex disaggregated data. Ilan nga ba among our employees have children? Diba? Kasi why do you need a child minding if sino naman yung magbe-benefit. Parang ganon. So, and afterwards, you need ang sustainability. For example, I look back, personally, when I became the GAD coordinator, I had to review muna ano yung mga GAD plan and budget in the past. And then ano yung existing ngayon. And then we discuss it among the GAD focal of each college. And again, may representation men, women, and we have even a dean who's a trans man who was a former GAD coordinator. So we get all the ideas. Pagkatapos, we plan out and document yung mga projects and programs. Okay. So I think yung sustainable program namin for UPS, we have the we need to review yung mga syllabus, yung mga gender fair language in mga notebooks, syllabus, and all the materials. Because this is actually found in the Magna Carta of Women. So, and then I also continued the capacity building for our staff. Kasi tama nga, no, yung kanina ni Sir Mike na depende rin kung sino yung nasa head, and then he or she would be appointing sino yung mga GAD coordinator nasa focal point system. So, mabuti na nakapacitate mo lahat, and then some of them would be very interested in GAD advocacy, so they would be able to help out naman in coming up with certain projects and programs. What was unique, I remember, was during the pandemic, we converted into e-resources, and with the sisterhood, yung OWASH coordinator, which got a citation nga from PCW, lahat ng mga trainings namin, we compiled it parang digital. So siya muna, because she was also very techy. And then hopefully, sustainable ito. Then nandun na. Katulad nga ng PCW, di ba? Lahat ng mga resources nandyan lang. And then we would be using them. And afterwards, we also hope to improve yung GAD website to compile lahat ng mga projects, activities, and may digital na rin. So parang ganun po yung nakikita ko na what mechanisms and what you need to prepare.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Yes, thank you very much po, Doc Bell, for answering our question number 5. Now let's move to question number 6. Thank you so much for the very engaging and informative discussion. May I ask if what will happen if the institution of the office was unable to endorse or to have their GPB endorsed by PCW? Ano daw po ba ang consequence ng unendorsed GPB?
Can we ask the CFO, meron ba kayo experience?
Bago 2019, ma'am. But
Oo.
since 2019, endorsed naman na din po lahat. But
Anong ginawa niyo kung nung hindi kayo na-endorse?
dun nga po actually, Ma'am Nars, nag-umpisa ho yung kailangan naming pangungulit sa lahat ng pwedeng kulitin, lalo na pang PCW at that time. I can still remember our officer at that time was Miss Karen. She can remember that. It was Miss Karen, no? Medyo we had this kind of sort of disagreement with Miss Karen about the contents of our PAPs at that time. That sinasabi ko nga kanina, those are gender mainstreaming efforts of the commission. So why are you actually not endorsing it? We really don't know the contents of the tools na kailangang pag-measure ng gender issues. So what we did was, since we were not able to secure the endorsement doon sa mga 2018, 2017, 2016 and so na GAD plan budget namin, we just conducted the training. So we asked assistance already po, simple as that. And then yun na nga, nag-umpisa na ho yung what we were trying to say was 2017, nakapacitate na kami. 2018 was the year, in fact, of your preparation for your 2019 GAD plan and budget, right? So immediately, no, nakapacitate 2017, 2018, nag-prepare 2019, endorsed, and tuloy-tuloy na ho yan. So that's where you can sustain already the technical know-how of your GFPS po, because continuous po dapat yung capacity building, not just with the contents of your PAPs in your GAD plan and budget, because it should complement yung plan ho ninyo, yung capability ng buong opisina, lalo na po ang GFPS.
Yeah.
So
That's
Yun po
true,
ang
no?
technique.
Very good yung experience nyo kasi at least hindi kayo tumigil and then you did something para mas ma-pursue yung gender mainstreaming efforts sa CFO. Yung tanong kasi, ano daw mangyayari kung hindi kayo nakapag-endorse sa amin? So, hindi namin ma-review yung GAD plan. Ganun yun eh. Because we can only review the GAD plan and the GAD accomplishment report kung nasubmit yon ng agency sa PCW.
Yes.
Diba? And ang submission sa amin
Agree.
is to the Gender Mainstreaming Monitoring System. Baka ang tanong, kung hindi na-endorse ng PCW yung GAD plan. No? So kapag hindi po kayo nakapag-submit within the set deadline, hindi kayo nakapag-encode sa GMMS, wala po kaming re-reviewin. Kung nakapag-submit naman kayo on time, tas may comments kami, tapos yung comments namin hindi nyo po pinansin or hindi nyo kinonsider, maaaring hindi po ma-endorse yung GAD plan ninyo. So what will happen if the agency GAD plan and budget was not endorsed? It should not stop you still from addressing gender issues of your stakeholders. So dapat mag-implement pa rin po kayo ng GAD-related POPs ninyo. Kaya lang, dapat sa susunod na cycle, i-endeavor nyo po na sagutin yung mga comments ng PCW. Kasi ano ba ang reason ko ba't hindi kayo ma-endorse? Una, hindi kayo nakapag-submit. Nag-submit kayo late. Nung nagbalik na ng comments ng PCW, hindi nyo binalik sa amin, di ba? Or yung aming submission na may comments, hindi nyo naman in-address yung comments ng PCW. So, hindi rin ma-endorse. Or hindi kayo naka-reach ng at least 5%. Hindi kayo gumamit ng hagadaga for attribution. So, there are possible reasons for that. Pwede rin po kayo, pag kinuha na kayo, may AOM ito kasi requirement po ng COA na dapat ma-endorse ng PCW yung GAD plan and budget niyo. Tapos pwede rin po kayo ma-investigate ng CHR as GAD Ombud for non-compliance of the Magna Carta of Women. So implement po natin talaga yung ating mga GAD POPs. Sige, si Ma'am Bel ata nag-raise ng hand.
I think you mentioned it, Ms. Narly, na may AOM from COA. If hindi na-endorse yung GAD plan and budget at yung accomplishment report. Yun lang.
Kasi nga hinahanap talaga siya, required kasi siya sa checklist ng COA. So, expect nyo na po yun na merong ganun.
Yes po. Thank you very much, Sir Mike and Ms. Narls, for answering our question number 6. Now, on to our question number 7. Can we request a third party to also assess or assist us in the GMF?
I'm not
Sige po,
sure, but
Doc Bel.
based on our experience, because it's a self-questionnaire,
Yeah.
so you start yourself, parang self-assessment, but probably it's also, I think wala namang rule if you need parang third party, diba? Parang mas maganda naman na, diba, baka pag tinitignan nyo at kayo yung sarili, of course, may biases or something. So probably a third party to assess, like siguro 'di ba kanina sinabi na you can consult mga PCW, GAD resource pool, or maybe other, kaya nga we have a network like state universities and colleges, we can ask mo parang ganon to check on us whether tama ba yung mga sinagot namin. So wala namang ruling about the third party, so pwede they can assist you, but it starts with a self inventory of of the mainstreaming that you are doing. Kasi kayo naman alam kung ano yung efforts